Okay, much love. What's up, everyone? Good evening. Much to get into today. Definitely a surprise stream. I wasn't expecting this the day after what happened last night, but uh 1 second. Let's do this, guys. Okay. So, set this thing up here. So, big shout out. Test my camera. I know I got to turn my mic up a little bit. It was pretty low on the yesterday stream. So good evening. Much to get into today. I've been wanting to do this stream and get into this. We have a plethora of things, my friends, to go over. It's going to take at least a few hours, I believe. I'm going to try to keep it as short as possible and stay on topic of the mind wipe. The let's see who it was. It was I first heard of this concept, not the mind wipe, but the cup of forgetfulness from Who was it? It was, what's his name? What's that guy's name? Who's the guy that's really into? Anyways, we were watching his interview on the last Soul Trap stream, and he brought up the cup of forgetfulness, and that rung a bell like big time in me. Like something struck a chord. We did some minor research on the stream, and it was pretty profound looking at Gnostic people. This is on deep in the Gnostic teachings, Hinduism, Indian, Greek mythology, the Bible as well. But the Bible, like they always do, they take these teachings and turn it into something confusing and stuff like that. You know what I mean? Like they always do. So the Bible has it, but it's different. It's more of like washing your sins type of thing. But we're going to go over each one of them, connect the dots, and then I have a 20-minute video to show. There's no videos online, people, about this. Look, give me 1 second. We have about 30 tabs here to go over, and I think like 10 of them aren't even that important. But if we're going to get right into this. Where are we sharing here? Okay. Let's get right. I'm going to go into the chat in a second. Actually, I should be doing that first. But when we go, by the way, the music is in the description. All the music I play, that's what I listen to in the morning. It's my coffee in the morning. I listen to beats and different instrumentals, and definitely recommend it to people. I like music without words, so I always put the links below the music I play. And I don't make any money here, so it's not for profit or anything. But if we look up the cup of forgetfulness, and also I'll be going to the chat in 1 second. There's nothing here. Actually, oh wait, share this tab. My bad. There's nothing here, people. Actually, we're on here the second, third. Like honestly, there's developed. We're gonna be watching this video together, like kind of a, I guess, balanced perspective on it. By the way, I'm not coming from any perspective on this. I'm gonna play it neutral, and I'm gonna stay neutral on these things and not go total Soul Trap vibe or total like, oh, this is a great thing that we should, whatever, as far as the mind wipe's concerned. I want to entertain all sides, but not pick a side really. But I am getting a vibe leaning a certain direction where we'll be getting into it. So, but there's nothing on here, people. A lot of weird videos that make no sense. And then it's like, wait, nobody's really talking about this. So we're going to talk about it. And let me stop my screen share. We're going to get right back to that 1 second. Let me go into the chat real quick and we're going to get started here. Okay, so last night's stream was great. Thank you to all that joined. It was a great conversation. And big shout out to everybody. We ended up going to Rumble on an uncensored conversation, but it was whatever, and we went about 12 hours. So what's up, David, Logan? They try to wipe us all the time. True. What's up? Music holds a secret. The mind wipe after Primal Scream is actually merciful. Can you imagine people who retain all the bullshit they believed in this carnation get out quickly because it's seeing is believing? Saw G posted a video and it kind of like made me think something happened with Atlanta and all these cops and some aliens or something. I don't know what that's about, but I watched some of that video. That was weird. So I've been wanting to do an alien invasion stream again, and resurrect that subject. So we might be doing that. What's up, Alien? Elaine, freedom. The most important subject everybody wants to escape the Matrix. For me personally, with these certain topics, I want to stay kind of neutral on it and not make up my mind where it's this or it's that, and you have two sides of the spectrum. I'm really trying to play that middle ground and just have that awareness of the possibilities of what's going on. I think it's I think it's turned into we'll get into it. Let's get through the chat. We're gonna get right into it. What's up, Jake? Break the cycle, break the loop, and manifest a peaceful place without parasites. Loose Factory, what's up, bro? Yeah, I wonder the same thing. Maybe none of us. Hollywood Theory movies over the past years are made to cloud memory and muddy the waters during an awakening. Most people forgot what's real. That's a good point. Shout out to Jennifer's Dog Rescue. Thank you. After watching Jordan Maxwell video, then Brian does the reality. Big shout out to... Oh, that's cool. They showed you in my feed. That's interesting. You notice they send out 30-minute notifications for my other channel, but not this channel. They turned them off. It's pretty funny. Millie, Chips, and Sean. What's up, Lonnie? Nice to meet you yesterday, bro. And Angela. Robert Humphrey. What's up, EBK all day? What's up, EK? What's up, bro? Arpool. And Ryan. Mona Lisa. What's up? What's up? Lara, what's up, Lara? Good to see you. Everybody like and share, and call for 0. Sunshine time. Much love. So I'm glad I'm doing this. And so this morning, or it was last night, during the stream, I was thinking about the mind wipe thing. I was thinking about the cup. While we were talking with Joe Cool, I was thinking about the cup of forgetfulness. And I was like, man, I still need to revisit this topic. And so I woke up this morning. Oh, so I did a search online on my phone. And I saw these different cultures and eras where they had the same idea, the cup of forgetfulness. And they all had their own story. And I was like, whoa, this is crazy. Like the Indians, the Greek, all of them had this in their culture or in their mythology, whatever. So then this morning I woke up and I started searching it and I discovered a lot of interesting things. So I figure why not go live while it's on my mind and get right into it. What's up, Dom? All men know the utility of useful things, but they do not know the utility of futility. Well, there you go. Interesting. I'll check that out. Michelle, actually, I was going to tell you guys, I got to check out maybe 30 minutes of it, but I was thinking about restreaming that. That was pretty good. So yeah, he's on live right now. It's a pretty good stream. What's up, Randolph James and Juan Truth? Okay. So where to begin? Carrie Skates, good to see you again. Okay. And Rose. Zaza. Let me know your account. I'll go into my band people and see what's going on there. I haven't done it in a week, but if that's happened, I apologize. I'll take the blame and I'll fix it if you let me know your name. What's up, John Thomas? One thing I'm going to say is looking at the Gnostic scripture and the Gnostic teachings, it's very, very interesting. And it's very easy to digest and it flows a lot better and it's way more balanced. Like what I was doing today, I was all pulling up a story. I pull up a story on whatever it might be, Jesus or Adam or whatever biblical story. You pull up the Gnostics, what they say about it, and then you pull up the Christian version or the Bible version, and it's like two different things. It's like the same story in a lot of ways, but it's like the Gnostic one, it's like so easy to read and it makes sense, and it's I don't know how to describe it, but it flows so well, and it's like, wow, they wrote this great. And then I go to the biblical version, and it's so confusing, and just like thou wilt this thy, and it's like this weird language, and it gives me all this confusion. So I really suggest to certain people that's trying to get into this stuff, definitely check out the Gnostic teachings, people. And they're honest about it. They let you know. Um, well, we're gonna get into it. And I'm not promoting it or anything, but I really was blown away by the way they would articulate these stories. And it was like, wow, now I understand it. The other version is just like confusion and judgment and condemnation, and you're this and that. It's like they teach the man woman balance, and not one's more important than the other. And then, they got in feuds with all the Vatican people about that. It's like, no, no, the man needs to dominate the female. We need a man woman unbalanced. And then they won the fight to give us this main, religion. So it's pretty interesting. And Malcolm, what's up, bro? So again, we're about to get right into it. I don't make people mods for power tripping. Most of all, we don't have much to worry about here. It's about protecting you from being banned, but more importantly, to go to somebody's channel easily and post links. That's really it. So it is the way it is, and I know people. Joe Martinez, I'm not sure. I haven't seen him in a while. Okay, I get what's been going on, but we don't have to go on about it. And I'm gonna be really cautious with new people that I see and stuff, because there's a lot of fake people coming around, and I get the vibe from certain people, and one or two of them are here right now. I'm not gonna name any names, but it's like I feel a certain energy with people in comments, and it's like I don't know how to describe it, but I automatically feel their energy, and it's like, all right, you're probably a fraud, and I'm not gonna talk to anyone about anyone specifically. I'm just saying. So let me pull up you let me pull up this real quick, and we're about to get started, people. I'm gonna block some people real quick. Okay, we're also streaming on the other channel and Rumble, links below. Okay. I'm just gonna block people automatically. What's up, JTig? Honestly, any energy, condemnation, anything, trying to throw religion at me and judging, you just get an auto block, because I'm trying to move forward here and put certain topics to the side. I'm not gonna let people come around and make me circle back to respond and loop like everybody else. So I'm not here to do that. I'm here to move forward, uh, get more awareness of what this world is, who I am, and what the fuck we're doing here. And also, when we're done with this body, how to get the fuck out of here. You know what I mean? That's what I'm here for. Nothing else. I'm not here to talk about what I think about other people, all that. So if you're here to do that, you're just gonna have to kick rocks. I don't know what to tell you. Okay. What's up, TD? Good to see you. J Tig. That one dude, Ryan. There's 5 people that's going to be permanently banned. 5 people. And well, for the time being, I won't take them off to me. There's a lot of different trolls and stuff that would spam, and people posting horrible things. All those people will stay banned. But anyone else I see in there, I'll unban them. But I can't do it right now. We got to get going. Okay. Okay, guys, where to begin? We're going to share this window here. Okay. So this is the tabs we got to go through today. At least most of these. You can see it up top here. Let's get rid of this thing on here. So, so I haven't even time to organize this. So we're going to go over the Gnostic, about the cup of forgetfulness, Greek mythology, and then we're going to Chinese culture, same thing. They all have their the goddess of forgetfulness. That's in Chinese. Hindu mythology as well. Also, I found some interesting people. This is mind blowing, and because I'm just now refreshing my mind in the Egyptian text, and some interesting things about how they would control. I don't know if people remember, but during some people like Lush and some other people here remember when we were watching that video during the Soul Trap thing. I think it was the first one, and we saw that part with the gold and lead rooms or whatever it was. I remember that clip and like the whole vibe changed. Well, I found something interesting in this Greek stuff with copper. Look at this. Actually, it's right here in my face. Look at this, people. This is pretty interesting because so we're kind of in this. We're going to be talking about the mind wipe and the cup and veil of forgetfulness. Now, the cup of forgetfulness is in all types of different cultures and scriptures from all different areas on the plane throughout history. And it's very interesting. We're going to get into at least most of those. Also, the veil of forgetfulness is more of a spiritual thing. It's kind of like, okay, so what is it? Well, let's get into this. Before we get to this, is it a good thing or is it a bad thing? You know what I mean? Is it supposed to be here? Is it a program? Well, let's pull up this real quick because I wanted to start with this. I'm going to get in the zone. It's not automatic for me, but I'm going to do my best to get in the zone here. And one thing, a recommendation, if people have issues with, there's a little delay here. Let's see. If you stream or anything, you have issues with internet. I paid for the ad blocker, which is on sale like 20 bucks a year, people. It changed everything. My whole internet's way faster and it blocks all these ads, all these things on all these websites. So it's like running pretty smooth. So I just recommend that to people. But to pull an image up of just like a video game or something. To give you guys some context here. Okay. So it's good to put up an image. If we were in, we're as spirits, we're coming down to experience in the physical, whatever, right? We're making that decision, right? Well, even in this life, what would be the ultimate game? And I knew this my entire life. We were all in the video games for the most part. And I would even think like, man, that would be really cool to go inside of this game. But what would be the ultimate game, people? It would be a game that you enter and everything outside of that you forgot. You know what I mean? You enter the game and that's your life. You know what I mean? Anything before that, basically a mind wipe. That would be the ultimate game. Are we in that? Could be. What's the mind wipe about? Maybe it's supposed to be a mind wipe in the beginning, but maybe things have been written into this matrix by entities that's been running the show that have broke universal laws. Maybe it's not supposed to be a mind wipe every life. Maybe we cycle here and it's supposed to be normal, and every life we keep what we've gained. And then once we're done with all the lives, we take all that with us and move on to the next journey, the next game. So I'm getting more of the vibe that this is not supposed to be the way it is. Doesn't make it all negative and stuff like that. I think that these beings have broke universal law by turning off different DNA and different abilities and limiting us throughout these ages, and they broke universal law. But the question is, when you break a universal law, um, how does that get taken care of? You know what I mean? Is it immediate? It could take 100 years? Does it, different things come into the game, the system, to bring balance to that, to correct it? Hence, these different divine beings coming here with a message, different people, normal people, that's becoming a divine being and here to wake people up. You know what I mean? I don't know how the universal laws work, but if you do break one of those, I don't know how they, go about fixing that or addressing it. So we could be in the middle of that where universal laws have been broken. They have gone beyond our free will, and we're in that system. So this whole mind wipe thing could be a system that has not supposed to be this way. That's the vibe I get. I think it would be a normal thing for us to come to a world mind wipe, and different worlds is different scenario. But a part of this program on Earth, it might be the first stage is you got to come in that way. But as you progress and cycle, you start gaining and gaining and gaining. But maybe subconsciously we are. I don't know. My mind's wide open to it. But I do get a nefarious vibe with it. And I think if it was all gravy, I wouldn't. But who knows? So you have the cup of forgetfulness. You have the veil of forgetfulness. The veil of forgetfulness, we're going to be showing this video where this guy goes over it, kind of a different perspective. More of a, like, it's a great thing and it's wonderful, stuff like that. And when I see these people, it is difficult to, I don't know. When we see these different people with these near-death experiences and stuff like that, they do seem like, I guess, a little programmed and kind of a little too much goody two-shoe, everything's so great. You know what I mean? So we'll be getting to that video. So anyways, so we're here, we're in this game, and is it supposed to be this way? What's going on with this mind wipe? I don't know. But let's begin. Okay, so we'll get to that video. Let me get out of this tab here. So if we go to Google here, I was trying to find images. There's nothing on this stuff for the most part. You can't find any videos, nothing. So like if you look the cup of forgetfulness, you search images, it gets drowned out with a lot of video game stuff and obviously dementia, memory loss, things like that. But just doing a simple Google search for this, let me go into the chat for a second. Self-aware bot. What's up, Mark? Blood and iron base. Well, oh, so let's get back to that copper thing. Thank you. What's up, Rory, and why me? Angela Dunn, what's up? And Mongo. When you review near-death experiences, only the ones who went to the void were peacefully, fully in control. All the others that followed the tunnel guides, God's family, were tricked much faster to come back here. And you know what? I'm trying my best not to get on the soul trap vibe with this. I'm really trying to stay neutral on this. But I tell you what, you could go to my channel. You go to the Following the Light. There's a video I posted about a compilation of near-death experiences. It's all my uploads. Now watch this video, people. Actually, Where is it at here? Yeah. Does this near-death experience compilation prove the white light deception? I don't know, people. I'm sorry, but like my discernment's pretty on point for the most part, especially with people. Like I can see their intentions. I could feel their energy out, even through the internet. I think it's about 90% for real. Like sometimes I'm wrong, or people just change. You know what I mean? Maybe I'm right at the time, but then they turn into something else. I don't know. But they seem deceived. I'm sorry. You know what I mean? But that doesn't mean that everyone's going to be deceived. You know what I mean? It doesn't mean that every time we're in this situation and facing whatever the setting is, it's always going to be and always has been deception. Maybe we're seeing deception with their experience, but it doesn't mean that everyone's going to have that deception. Maybe not everyone's going to have the program. Maybe your awareness here is going to create that setting for you. Maybe that's why we need to shed these programming. You know what I mean? Shedding the programming, all the stuff, and really raise our awareness and possibilities, but trying to stay as neutral as we can. That's my big message. So I don't know, but I get a big vibe of deception here. I don't know. You guys can check it out. It's on my channel. Now, so when we Google search, I'm going to get in the zone here. We have a lot to go over. A man may be born, but in order to be born, he must first die. In order to die, he must first awake. Okay. Shout out to everyone. I'll do my best to keep up with the chat. We'll put the link out there later if somebody wanted to add to the specific topic. So the cup of forgetfulness, when we do a Google search, that's what I like to do on some of these topics and see what pops up first. So the Indians have a very strange ideas about death, even stranger than your own. They believe in La Taza de Olvida, the cup of forgetfulness. One sip and your remembrances, life, good memories, the bad, they're all wiped away. Okay, people? Let's copy and paste this real quick because we're going to also be doing open research here. I didn't find much more on this for the Indians. So again, that's all I really found. The Indians were there, memory and forgetfulness and Alice. Let's click on this real quick, see what this is about. Let's do a control F search. I just want to see if okay, this isn't something we want to see. So let's do this. The cup of forgetfulness in the Bible. So when we go to the Gnostics, that's a good place to start with this. And we're going to get back to the Bible thing. The Gnostic Society Library, Pistis Sophia, right? So this is a chapter in the Gnostics, which is pretty interesting. So this Sophia character, and just remember they named the first robot, the first AI robot, Sophia and stuff. This name is popping up a lot, you know what I mean? So sorry, I'm gonna be all over the place. We're doing open research here, guys. So this isn't where we want to start. Anyways, let's go back here. So when we go to this, I'm gonna do Control F, forgetfulness. Here we go, right here. So this is chapter 131 here of their scriptures. And the thing about the Gnostics, people, sorry, I'm gonna be all over the place. Let's stick here. So when we go to chapter 131 about the cup of forgetfulness right here, let's read this. We're going to be reading a lot, so. The Savior answered and said unto Mary, they do not remember, people, that it is most likely a universal law that they have to tell us what they're going to do before they do it. You know what I mean? And they put things right in our face. Not just spiritual truth, but this physical, material truth, things that they do. You know what I mean? Like, oh, we're good. Everything's good. This is cuddly. We care for you. You know, take this. You know what I mean? But, and on the back of it, there's an ingredients list saying we really don't give a fuck about you. You know what I mean? So they're putting this right in our face. And what I'm noticing with these different Greek mythology, all these different things we're going to be going over, it's like all about the spiritual stuff going on in the spiritual world and things like that. And then I'm noticing with the Bible, it's all, and that's what Bro Sanchez was talking about today. He made a good point. It's all physical, material stuff. The landlords, the Lord. And when he was doing looking up Lord definition, like this is all materialism, worldly things, and worldly leaders, my friends. Okay? Think about it. Think about it. So the Savior answered unto Mary, they do not come down in this manner into the world, but the rulers of the fate. When an old soul, okay, listen up. When an old soul is about to come down through them, then the rulers of the great fate, who are in the regions of the head of the aeons. So this word here is, I forgot what it was. Let's see here. Indefinite long period of time. In the regions of the head of the eons, whatever. So yeah, that makes sense. Which is that region, which is called the region of the kingdom of Adamas, in which in that region, which is in the face of the Virgin of Light, then the rulers of the region of that head give an old soul a cup of forgetfulness out of the seed of wickedness. Now pay close attention, people. Okay, we're going to connect all these dots. So the head of the eons, which is, like we said, a long period of time, like the god of time or whatever, and the Virgin of Light gives the old soul a cup of forgetfulness out the seed of wickedness, filled with all the different desires and all forgetfulness. And straightway, when that soul shall drink out of the cup, it forgetteth all the regions to which it hath gone, and all the chastisements, in which it hath traveled. And that cup of water of forgetfulness becometh body outside the soul, and it resembled the soul in all its figures, and maketh itself like it, which is called the counterfeiting spirit. So here we go. If on the other hand, it's a new soul which they have taken out the sweat of the rulers and out of the tears of their eyes, whatever. So we're going to do it more into the Gnostics. So here they're talking about the cup of forgetfulness. Now, when we go to the Gnostic Society Library again, I think it was on this one. Pay close attention, guys. I don't think it was this one. So let's move forward. We'll probably come back to that. Okay, here it is, right here. The Pistis Sophia, same idea as what we were just looking at. Okay, the Sabbath of the Adamus, same thing. This is the primary representative of evil. Listen to this, guys. Check this out. 1 second. Let me take the sweater off. Pay close attention, guys. This is the primary representative of evil or wickedness in the majority of the Pistis Sophia. And so the Pistis Sophia is usually presented as an allegory of the journey of a soul. The Pistis Sophia, this is a good one, is usually presented as an allegory of the journey a soul may take to achieve a growing amount of esoteric truth in a higher cosmic plane. Okay, bear that in mind. So it's a representative of evil or wickedness. He is accused of inappropriate sexual conduct, begetting archons and other beings, and as a result, he is imprisoned in the bounds of the zodiac or the material universe, my friends. Check this out. Oh, man. And don't you get that vibe? Some of these motherfuckers are stuck here and they think it's great, right? And even some of us normal people do. I get it. You found happiness. You think it's great. You found your heaven. Wonderful. But you know something's not right, you know? And you know these people, these landlords, they want us to weigh us down, be stuck in this material thing. It seems like they could control, we're going to get into that. They could control even their spirit's path, what avatar, different things like that. Seems like they have the old avatars. They're re-engineering the humans, things like that. You know what I mean? So, imprisoned in the bounds of the zodiac or the material universe, for those human souls who do not receive the mysteries before death are thus bound to be reincarnated in the world. He is also responsible for giving the cup of forgetfulness, denying them the knowledge they had acquired from previous lives and punishments, people. And this could be my point. Mine might be normal. But on and on and on in every lifetime, it seems like there's something nefarious going on with this. Like these people have rewritten the program from what it's supposed to be based on some sort of universal law. And this would be what I'm talking about. This would be exposing these archons, these other beings that have been imprisoned into the zodiac or the material universe. And responsible for giving us the cup of forgetfulness, denying us the knowledge we had acquired from previous lives and punishments. So this is the Gnostic teachings. Now, Greek, check this out, people. Greek mythology. Now we have the Leth. So check this out, guys. And when we search this, were we, actually, we were on the Wikipedia page. Let's stay here. Shout out to everyone in the chat. Didn't have time to organize all these tabs, so I'm going to be all over the place, bouncing back and forth. Just bear with me, guys. It's open research. And I just wanted to gather a bunch of data, go over it, and go live. So I just did that, and we're going to just bear with me. So this is interesting, people. Greek mythology, the Leth, or whatever we pronounce it, was one of the rivers of the underworld of Hades, also known as the whatever, Potomas. The Leth flowed around the cave of the Hypnos and through the underworld where all who drank from it experienced complete forgetfulness. Leth was also the name of a Greek spirit of forgetfulness and oblivion, with whom the river was often identified. So, in classic Greek, the word Leth literally means oblivion, forgetfulness, or concealment. It is related to Greek word for truth, which is the Privative alpha literally means unforgetfulness or unconcealment. Okay, so the river of forgetfulness, hold on, is one of 5 rivers of the Greek. Check this out, guys. It's one of the 5 rivers of the Greek underworld. The other 4 of Archeon, whatever, of the underworld. The final resting place of the whatever river that flowed. I'm trying to get to a certain point. Okay. The shades of the dead were required. Listen to this. The shades of the dead is the spirit or ghost of a dead person residing in the underworld. So that's the shades of the dead from Greek, whatever. They were required to drink the waters of the Lethe in order to forget their earthly life. In the Aeneid, sorry, I don't know how to pronounce all this stuff. It's a Greek poem, whatever, writes that it is only when the dead have their memories erased by the Lethe they may be reincarnated. Okay? So yeah, people. So the river Lethe was said to be located next to the Hades place under the underworld. I think that's all we wanted to get to on this. You could do your research on that, people. Okay, there's more on the Greek mythology of the Lethe here. I forgot what else. Let's search here. Okay. So continuing on the same Greek mythology stuff, and there's a lot of truth in there, hidden in plain sight. You can just say, oh, it's all mythology, it's all that, while you're taking other stories and other mythology, made up stories, or we don't know is true stories, and thinking it's true. We don't know what is true or not. But all I know is that our mind was wide. You could think that you're this pure soul and God just made you for this specific life to live, and you just follow and you obey and you be obedient and you're going to be floating in heaven. You could think that all you want. You know what I mean? Like, we can create, we're creators too. We can create our reality, our own heaven or hell here. But where we were before this, what was going on, where we came from, we can't change that. You know what I mean? Whatever happened to us, whatever other lives we lived, whatever it is, it is. And we can't like recreate that, my friends. You know what I mean? So, like, okay, so getting back to the Greek stuff. Okay, wouldn't it be a relief to simply press a button and erase the abhorrent memories in your mind? Or would you rather confront the truth, whatever it may be, and learn from it instead? In Greek mythology, you were presented with a choice. You could either remember all your knowledge and experiences when you passed into the afterlife, or forget everything. What would you do? What would you choose? That's a good question. Check this out, people. There's some deep stuff that we're going to get to in a minute. I want to show each of these different areas and different of scriptures and things like that where they would talk about the same concept. And then we're going to get to some articles where they kind of have a lot of this into one, and they throw out some concepts and ideas and possibilities with this that's going to make me really get in the zone here of this awareness of this and possibilities. So in Greek mythology, you were presented with a choice. You could either remember all your knowledge and experiences. That's what I was going to say. When you passed into the afterlife, or forget everything. What would you do? So remember, people, with that egg video, something struck a chord with me, because he was saying the guy that was walking the guy around in the afterlife. I know it's a cartoon and a made up short story, but based on literally thousands of other near-death experiences, all the past life regressions I've seen, which is hundreds and hundreds. I've done one myself. Studying all this stuff with an open mind and not with any programming, you know what I mean? Or any religious system attached to me, and any like, trying to stay as neutral as I can be, which if you're not staying neutral on this, then you're only going to see your program. That's all you're gonna have. All of your, any information that come around around to you, you're just gonna make it and morph it into your little program belief system that they gave you. You know what I mean? So it's important to stay neutral. But when the guy said to him, okay, we need to hurry up because if we stay here long enough, you're gonna remember everything. So for me, that makes a lot of sense because seeing all these things, why on these people on a spiritual level seems so confused, and they need somebody to walk them around. They need someone to do like basic things. You know what I mean? It doesn't make any sense. It's like, wait a minute, these people should have big time awareness spiritually and know what they need to do. They should have that inner within, like where I need to go spiritually. That should be within me. So why is it that they seem confused, foggy brained, and they're trying to hurry you up to cycle, loop, whatever? I'm not saying we should, I don't know. I'm just saying, why is that? I don't know. But we're going to figure this out at some point. So we just read this, the spirit of forgetfulness and oblivion. Okay, let's read a little bit more on this. The Lethe River is believed to have flowed through the caves of Hypnos. Hypnosis. You see a lot of these words, even in other Greek mythology and Gnostic, you see a lot of the same names, just changed a little bit from biblical stuff. You see the same concepts, just worded differently. You know what I mean? It's all the same thing, people. It's just a different flavor. They're giving us the truth right in our fucking face. The Lethe River is believed to flow through the caves of Hypnos, the god of sleep in the underworld. The entrance to the cave was said to be populated with poppies and other hypnotic plants. No light or sound ever entered the cave. The river bordered Elysium, the paradise where the only heroes and mortals related to gods were sent to live an immortal life of happiness. The name of all 5 rivers in Hades reflected the emotions associated with death. Okay, so there's those 5 rivers. What happened to the people that drank it? All that who drank from the river experienced forgetfulness. The murmuring sound would induce drowsiness. When the souls of the dead passed into the afterlife, they had to drink from the river in order to forget their past life and be ready for their reincarnation. Okay. So what's this here? Why is this in the way? Okay. We have so much to read. I don't know if I want to keep going down on this one. But I don't want to forget anything. Let's do a Control F search here. Okay, the real rivers of forgetfulness. Between Spain and Portugal was thought to be the Lethe, as it allegedly brought about similarly memory loss. This legend persisted. The Roman general then had a war to win and didn't have time for local myth to impede his victory. Okay. Deciphering the mysteries of death and rebirth was the purview of the ancient philosophers and formed the basis for many religious doctrines. By not drinking from the Lethe River, the soul could be saved from frustrating cycle of death. Whoa. Okay, hold on a minute. By not drinking from the river, the soul could be saved from the frustrating cycle of death, forgetfulness, and rebirth in a state of religious awakening realized. But for those that thirst for a blank slate and wish to continue on a path of sweet ignorance, the refreshing waters of Lethe await, people. I don't know, guys. It doesn't sound like a lake that I am going to be drinking when I have the chance, people. And the question is being aware of this going to prevent us from stop looping, people? You know what I mean? So, do people really have a choice? This is interesting because based on this right here, they're saying you have a choice. But looking at all these experiences, we don't know. We are not going to get somebody coming back from a near-death experience that escaped, that didn't drink from the river of forgetfulness, the cup of forget, whatever, the veil, whatever. We're not going to see that. All we see is the people that are looping here. Think about it. So we don't see the scenario. We don't know the setting of these people. And when they said, no, I'm not going in your bullshit light. I'm going to tap into my light within. I'm going to stick around. I know you guys have another memory wipe thing going on. I'm not going anywhere. Get out of my fucking face. You know what I mean? It's like these, when you do DMT or whatever. I've never done DMT yet, but these little, a lot of people, when you have these trips and you like blast off, you see all these gestures and different little clowns in front of you, you know? With different things, even in this world and different things, and even in the afterlife, same thing. All these little gestures trying to make you feel guilty and keep you distracted. You know what I mean? It's the same thing, people. That's the vibe I get from this. Everyone has a different setting of their little family members, whatever God they believed in, and they want you to feel guilt. They make you feel that love. And I'm not saying it's all bad and it's all deception for everybody. I'm not saying that. But they all get this setting, and it seems to be they're making you feel guilty. It's like when they show you your life review, and remember, we're only seeing the people that come back, only seeing the people that loop. We're not seeing the ones that really get out, if anyone has. I believe people do, or spirits do. We're only seeing the ones that loop, and they make them feel guilty. When you look, people, when you look at near-death experiences of kids under 10 or under 15, go check those out. These kids have done nothing in their life. I mean, 8 years old, had a near-death experience. He had a life review. Okay, there's multiple cases of this. Had a life review. And these beings had nothing on him. You know what I mean? He made him feel love, everything was so grandiose. Gave him his life review of 8 years. The only thing that he did wrong that they could show and make him feel guilty was making fun of his sister, people. That's all that they could show him to make him go back into the light. Now that tells me there's something nefarious going on. What would be in the point of even wasting his time? So they're trying to dig up as much dirt as they can to make you feel guilty, like, okay, I got to drink from the cup again. Forget, come back, loop. People, no, I'm not doing that. So recapping real quick. So the Gnostics we went over. I'm gonna start getting rid of these links because I have them all saved anyways. We're done with that one. We're done with that one. And then we're gonna come back to that one. And so we're on the left now. So we went through that and that. Okay. So now we're in Chinese mythology. The Meng Po. So bear with me for a second. Okay. So when you search this Meng Po thing, it's a lot of video game stuff. I noticed with a lot of these different topics and words and different things, they make video games of it and different things like that. So a lot of times the video games drowned out this. But the Meng Po is the goddess of oblivion. Same thing, people. Same thing as Greek mythology. The goddess of oblivion. Wow, in Greek mythology. I always like to remind myself of definitions just so I could, a state of being aware or unconscious, unaware or unconscious of what is happening. People. So in Greek mythology and you know, being oblivious, the oblivion. So the Greek mythology and the Chinese mythology, these are the gods of unconsciousness, unaware of what is happening. What is that about? On the bridge of oblivion, the soup wipes the memory of the person so they can reincarnate into their next life without the burdens of the previous life. She awaits the dead souls at the entrance of the 9th round Feng Du. So it's just the same thing, different way of describing it. We can see the same stories over and over again, same idea, same concept. According to Chinese mythology, there exist several realms beneath the earth, same as just like we read with the Greeks, the underworld, the Vedics, all these different things throughout history. Same story, just told a little bit differently with different language. The Chinese realm of the dead in the 10th court. It is her task to ensure that souls who are ready to be reincarnated do not remember their previous life or their time in hell. And by the way, I want to point out as well. Anyway, I won't get into that. Let's see what else is here. This is given to each soul to drink before they leave. The brew induces instant and permanent amnesia, and all memory of their past lives is lost, my friends. Having been purged of all previous sins and knowledge, the dead spirit is sent to be reborn in a new earthly incarnation according to the karma. This is the thing, people, and this is what I was thinking. That's why they bring this whole religious system and the sins, the Nephilim, these beings in charge, not the true creator God, people, not the landlords. I'm not bowing down to the fucking landlords. That could be one of the biggest mistakes you make in your life, people. If you want to bow down to these worldly leaders and this worldly materialism, people that rule over that, not the creator of all. That's separate, people. I am not bound. These motherfuckers. What was I going to say about that? Sins and knowledge, the dead is sent. And this whole thing with the sins, making you feel guilty, I'm going to punish you, punishment. You know, I died for your sins, but then, you know what I mean? If you don't, I did a big favor for you, but if you don't do this, this, and this, you're going to be burning in hell forever. Wait a minute, I thought you died for my sins. Now it's, I need to do this, or I'm going to be burning. It's so confusing. So they could be running a program with this sin thing in this world. This program's like we're being judged, and we have these beings that judge us. This judgment outside of us is a matrix program, people. That's why when we see these judgers in the spiritual, that is a matrix program, my friends. I really believe it. This thing's so in tune with you and what you are and what you believe in and your loved ones in your life that it knows exactly what to put before you, exactly what God to put there. They might even put a different God than the one you had. You might be atheist and they might put a God there because they know your reaction. They know you're like, wow, I was wrong. I saw this God and that, and now I'm a believer. You know what I mean? So then the next time around, they'll know what setting to put before you again. So you're a believer and you fall under that system, that outside stuff, the worldly materialism. And you're not going within like all the answers are in here. No, I'm going to trust my inner being within me, my spirit, not you worldly landlords. I'm sorry. No, want nothing to do with you guys. Having been purged of all previous sins and knowledge, the dead spirit is sent to be reborn in a new earthly incarnation according to the karma accrued over their previous lifetimes, and the cycle begins again. In Chinese tradition, there are legends of miracle births where a newborn is able to speak because the soul of the baby didn't drink the 5 flavored tea of forgetfulness. Occasionally, people are able to avoid drinking the brew, resulting in past life memories surfacing in children. That's a good point. We do see a lot of kids, and we're going to be getting into that, where they have these memories and they verify that their past lives, and they know they were an army general and they were in this war and their plane went down with these names of these people, like 8-year-old kids. There's many stories of this. And then they do the research like, wow, this guy really died. He knows the location. He knows what planes they were driving. He knows the names of his friends that died too. He knows who he was married to. This 8-year-old kid. You know what I mean? There's tons of stories like that. So it's not 100% bulletproof thing, obviously. The answers are all still within, but they don't want you to know that. You know what I mean? So this thing isn't 100%. May pose a lady after the death of her. Okay, whatever. So that's the Chinese mythology. So I think this is pretty much it for the Chinese one. To wipe away the memories of, so we're still on that. Wipe away the memories of the individuals, allowing them to transition into their next life unburdened by the experiences of their past within the mysterious realms of the Daiyu, the Chinese underworld, where mist swirls and whispers echo. The goddess of forgetfulness, her presence offering a bittersweet contrast to the harsh realities, extends a final act of mercy to souls before they embark on the cycle of reincarnation. Let's go into the chat for a second and we're going to get back here. We lived in the kingdom of bullshit. 1 second. Okay. The Gnostics knew that we were in a simulation and that God was false with no soul like an AI. They burned all their books. Interesting. Okay, whoever has that. Okay, let's move on. What's up, Hurricane? Let's go into the chat for a second. We're going to come right back there. I don't like that avatars too much. And 5D spirit is tired of 3D plane of existence in this spherical sense of influence. Who comes up with that stuff? Let's see here. Ignorant people raise questions which were answered by the wise thousands of years ago. Well, if you think about it, based on what I'm showing, they made us ignorant. It's like we already knew and we have to keep coming back and asking these questions. So yeah, I see what you mean though. I'm getting... What's up, Chicago artist? I really suggest people read the Gnostic stuff, honestly. I'm not gonna like go read the whole thing and everything, but reading what I did, it really flowed. It was like, wow, this is actually makes a lot of sense. It doesn't have as much of the word magic spell confusion going on. And then I pull up King James version of that story or the same story, and it's like pure confusion. You read a sentence, you're like, wait, what did I just read? Thou shalt with thou? What the you know what I mean? You go the Gnostic thing, it's like just kind of plain English, here you go. This is the story. Like, oh, okay, that makes sense. I get the visuals, I get all the, you know? You go to the Bible, it's like confusion, like, wait, what? You know? I don't know, people. They did that on purpose. So we're gonna get right back to it. I don't remember my past life. I'll never remember my past life. Well, it might be an earthly thing. Maybe in different worlds, it's not a part of the program. Maybe there's worlds where souls come down and they have all of their memory. There's no memory wipe. Maybe it's a different type of program. Maybe this is Earth's program. And this is what we all agreed to. Maybe it was like that in the beginning when we started this journey here. That's what my thing is. This is my theory, a possibility. We started our journey on Earth with a mind wipe. The ultimate experience, the ultimate physical experience, just like going into a video game, like I was showing in the beginning. We come down to Earth with the beginning life is a memory wipe. But as we go through and cycle through lives, there isn't supposed to be one. And we're supposed to keep learning and building up to a point and kind of now we get out, now we're done. Maybe something, some being has changed that and overwritten the program. That's what I think, and that's the vibe I'm getting. But maybe the mind wipe is supposed to be there every time. And subconsciously, spiritually, we don't know physically in the avatar, but subconsciously, our spirit is guiding us, you know, things like that. I don't know. I'm just saying, my mind's wide open. I'm staying neutral. I'm going to try. But as I keep going on, it's hard for me to stay neutral. I'm starting to lean a direction. And we could all have different circumstances here. Some of us, it's exactly what we need to be doing. Some of us are trapped here. Some of us came here and we knew what we were getting ourselves into. We could have a clusterfuck of reasons. Like why I'm here and what got me here could not be the same reason for any of you. Or it could all be the same thing. I don't fucking know. But just like the Mandela effect, a lot of people are looking for one reason it's happening. It's God, it's this, it's AI, it's CERN. Maybe it's all the above. You know what I mean? Maybe technology's causing some of it. We're causing some of it. God, whatever's causing some of it. Maybe it's a mixture of everything. Which I don't see a lot of people saying. They're just looking for one reason. So I think the same thing with what we're doing here. We could all have a different reason, you know what I mean, of what's going on, different circumstances. So we're going to get right back to the information. Let's do a vote in the chat real quick, and then we're gonna move forward here. Okay, let's do a poll real quick. Do you think the mind wipe is something that we aren't supposed to have every life on Earth? That's a good question. So everyone vote on that, please. Just skimming the comments. Okay, so now, what's up, QD? Right, exactly. No wonder so much evil going down here, all those thirsty bastards. That's what people, thank you. Um, that's another thing, people. And maybe, wow, that really makes me think, dude, what you just said here. Maybe they're really what's the word I'm looking for? I'm just saying awareness of possibilities. I'm not saying this is it when I throw out a scenario. And I'm not trying to be negative with it. I'm trying to stay neutral. But maybe they're very particular on different souls. You know what I mean? And knowing their lifetimes and all their data, you know, based on all their data of their lifetimes and their journey as a spirit, that data is, can you imagine that? Who has access to that? People. Is that in the right hands? You know what I mean? We can think of God, source, creator, whatever that, but maybe it's just did its creation and now it's just expanding by itself and we're all involved in it. But the true creator is not anything that's doing really anything. It's already did its thing and we are continuing the creation ourselves. And we're a fractal of that. So we're it. You know what I mean? And so with the free will, universal laws, I don't know what all that is, but I believe it does apply. There's universal law and different whatever, and then you have a free will law thing, and these laws are broken. And when they are, I don't know how the process works, but there is a process, I believe. Is it immediate? Does it take a lot of time? I don't know. But it seems as though they're controlling this realm outside of here, people. I'm sorry. It's just, I can't get this off my mind. "2% of spirit investigations I've been involved in were with people who were aware and out. Most are in shock, some confused." Wow, that's interesting. Whoa, dude. And you know what that makes me think? I don't even want to scare people, but I'm not trying to do that at all. But I came across some information and different of these experiences and people talking about it where different souls that were trying to be sovereign, let me say it this way, and try to like go against the program, they were given specific next life bodies or circumstances that weren't so great. You know what I mean? That were born with not so great circumstances, like horrible circumstances. And they were like, okay, we're going to put you in this. You know what I mean? I don't know what type of control they have. I'm just saying, I'm not trying to scare people, but. And these ones that maybe they denied the matrix system and now they're, I don't know. I don't know. I don't want to go too far off on possibilities. So, what's up, Saji? I don't want to go to the heaven somebody religion. Yeah, I'm good. I'm good off that heaven, people. What's up, Silent Walk? This was a bit like the stuff Singh said with karma, can't rule it out, but it doesn't resonate with me. I don't resonate with your karma you're going to be dealing with in your next life. People, it's like when we get that life review, when we look in the mirror after this, anything we've ever done or whatever in our life, we understand it and we know what we've done. Any negative, positive, anything like that's downloaded into our spirit as this is what you've done physically. You know what I mean? That's the karma. It's not, okay, now you're going back down there. You're going to be reborn. You abused children. You did this. You did that. Now we're going to have you abused as a child and we're going to have you go through this and all this stuff. Imagine a creator like that. I wouldn't want to be a part of any creator like that with a karma system like that. That is disgusting. Because when you really think about it, that would mean that For instance, let's say somebody abused kids and now they have their karma coming. Now they're ready for their next life. And now the creator says, now you're going to be abused as a child. So now the creator has to get an adult, handpick an adult to make it abuse a child. So now that person abuses a child. So now they have, see what I'm saying? It makes zero sense. So with that scenario, it completely debunks that, in my opinion. It's not, I don't think it's even possible. It's not on my radar of possibilities here. I don't think that's how karma works. It's a matrix system. Okay, we're gonna get back to the what's up, Michelle? What's up, Bit of Venom? They will do anything to get us back, come back, so they have a food source. They rely on us to recycle back people. I think, honestly, I really am thinking that one of these laws were broken here and it's gone too far, and it's time to balance the system back out and release these souls, my friends. I think that that's what's happening. Honestly, I think we're on an upward trend to this. I really do. If you actually want to do what Jordan Maxwell was talking about, declare yourself a sovereign and leave the maritime system, this is possible to do a few things. So I'm going to save where I'm at in the chat. I'm going to come back to the comments. I think at this point we still have a lot of things to go over. So we were still on the Mengpo, and then we have the Hindus. Oh, we have the Egyptian stuff. This is interesting, people. But I think before we get into that, let's get to this video here, because I need to take a 2-minute break anyways. Let's start a video that I wanted to show. It's 20 minutes. And it's the veil. It's called the veil of the forgetfulness. Let's watch this video. Whatever. It's another perspective of it. It's more of the like light, love, everything perspective, and that's okay. Let's keep an open mind. And I'm going to try to play neutral with this. So let's let this queue up here. I don't know what's going on. Okay. So I got through about 10 minutes of this.
Seen as equals.
I'm going to take 2 minutes. I'm going to be listening with you guys. Let's start this video, and then at some point we're going to get back to these articles. So we still got about 20 to go through. Let's rewind this. This is from the Vel or Aaron. Fair use. This is not for profit or anything. I don't make money here, so I'm showing his content strictly for entertainment and educational and commentary purposes only. I'll put a link to his channel in here. I've never seen it before, but if you look up these topics, this is pretty much the only legit video you're going to find. So like the cup of forgetfulness we're seeing in these different mythologies. Now we have the veil of forgetfulness, more of a law of one type, high vibe perspective. So let's check this out for a second.
Namaste, my friends, and welcome back to the Law of One series. In today's episode, we're going to tackle another one of the raw materials trademark teachings, which is the veil of forgetting. And I believe that understanding the veil from a higher perspective will give us both a view and an appreciation of third density that I think is sorely needed in today's world climate. Third density tends to get a bad rap amongst Law of One students because it's such a challenging and intense level of consciousness comparatively. However, when we see the greater purpose that third density serves, we cannot help but to marvel at it and fall in love with it. So please join me for this 22nd episode of the Law of One series as we discuss the veil of forgetting. Now, there's a ton of mind-blowing facets to the veil of forgetting that Ra lays out in the Law of One. And I'm going to get through many of them in today's episode, but to get the full context for this, you really need to read this subject in the Law of One material for yourself.
And we got to remember that we see all different perspectives, and some that can't entertain the soul trap theory. I get it. That's why I'm trying to stay neutral when I present this. But maybe people need to bear in mind where some people are in the soul trap vibe, and that's where they're at. And I'm kind of there too, in a big way. You know what I mean? Myself, to be honest. And maybe we're supposed to be that way. Maybe some people are supposed to. Maybe that's their spirit's past. Maybe they've woken up to a certain extent, and maybe people that are on the love and found their heaven here, maybe that's their soul's path. Maybe that's them. Maybe that's the mindset that they need in this life. Maybe that's the balance. Like I said, in war, not everyone's a medic, not everyone's an airman, not everyone's an infantry, not everyone's a pilot. We have a war when we're at a spiritual war here, people. Trust me. And war wouldn't operate with us all being on a soul trap vibe. Same thing as a military thing. It wouldn't work. So we need all these mind states navigating through this realm and these lifetimes, I think, in this spiritual war. So I want to point that out, put that on the table. That's where I'm at with that. And it's important to keep pointing that out, because some people are like, oh no, you need to have my mind state, or oh, you're this and you're negative, or you're way too positive and you're lost, you know, whatever, or you're too negative, I can't be around you, and that. But I think we need to just have an understanding and awareness that maybe I'm a medic, that's an airman, you know what I mean? That's a frontline soldier right there that said, I'm trapped, we're getting the fuck out of here type thing. You know what I mean? So we need all this, I think. I think it's important. And we don't need everyone to think that the way that we do and have the same perspective. I don't think that that's required, necessary, or even supposed to be that way. So let's continue this video.
Because as interesting as this subject is, its most useful application by far is the way that it explains the sort of bizarre and mysterious nature of third density. There's a lot of things about this level of consciousness that seem sort of strange or out of place, aren't there? Like, here we all are, just out of nowhere, for no apparent reason, with no context given. What's up with that, right? Like, hey, bro, where'd you come from? Where did I come from? I live just down the street, about a block. No. I mean, like, where did you come from? Like, before all this, you know? Before? Once a certain level of spiritual development is reached, these kinds of questions just sort of start asking themselves. Here we all are. Isn't that weird? Like, the universe is nuts. These questions become like a spiritual computer virus in your mind that start defragging the whole system and breaking down third density consciousness. Everything that once went unquestioned by you as totally normal starts to feel strange and bizarre and even psychedelic as this question becomes your magnificent obsession. When someone starts asking these kinds of questions and thinking this way, it shows that.
Interesting. Call for Zero. I actually have an interview with Call for Zero on my channel, on my live streams. It's a good one. I'm going to be premiering it soon. Recent theory is that we were volunteers transported on an airship spacecraft out of a glowing realm I had a glowing realm dream where I was on some sort of mission on a ship with other guys, felt military. We're going to get right back to this video, but let me say something about that. Getting into past life regressions, people. Alba Wyman has a great channel on that. I'll put her channel in the thing. So, oh, my bad. Here's her channel. I'll put a link in the chat. So you go to her channel. I don't know which is which, but I've watched many of these, not from just her, from many past life regressions, and I've done one myself. I haven't watched much in a while, but I've seen a lot of these like popular videos. I've seen almost all of these, a lot of them, probably at least 100 of them or more. When they, a lot of times when they go under and now they're, you know, in the past life regression, when they're deep in it, they usually go to a point where they're dying in a lifetime, like their last life, whatever life. And a lot of times she'll make them rewind to the beginning of that life where before they entered the body, you know what I mean? To where they were planning out their life, whatever it might be. And well, the last, I don't know how many years, even Dolores Cannon talks about this. Sometimes they're, you know, in another realm. Sometimes they're just in Earth in another life, or they're an Earth soul that's been only here. Sometimes they're from a spaceship out of our perception that's around Earth or whatever. People, we always say space is fake, all this stuff's fake, all this stuff, and we see all the illusions they give us, all the imagery. But we got to remember, we only see a fraction of 1% of these, what's there. A lot of our abilities have been turned off by these Nephilim beings. So we don't know what this really is, with our full-blown awareness, what space would really look like, what would be around us. We have no idea. There could be all types of shit around us, but we don't see it. You know what I mean? But a lot of times in the past life regression, they're coming from these spaceships that around Earth as a volunteer, blah, blah, blah. I just want to point that out. You guys could check it out on your own. It's very interesting watching these, especially if you go to her channel and you go to most watched. Let's get back to this video though.
That they are beginning the process of piercing the veil. It represents you waking up from this dream world that you're in. Because after all, shouldn't we have some context for why we're all here? Why are we all doing this peopling thing? What's the reason? Did we have a say in it? Did we choose it? Or did somebody else force this whole experience on us? These are very important questions to be able to answer, aren't they?
Mr. Super, what's up, guys?
In fact, until you can answer these basic questions, nothing else really matters too much, right? I mean, the answer to these questions basically dictates everything about how
the alien agenda isn't a distraction for sure. This thing might be heating up. There's been stuff going on I just became aware of, and we're going to be getting back into the AI alien invasion stream. And my theory on it is there are other beings, whatever, you know what I mean? But I believe that when that AI is going to it's going to be AI in avatars, and they're going to be busting some psyops on us. And it could be moments away, people. We don't know when this is going to happen. But pretty soon here, they're going to do a big operation. And it might not happen too, people. They've been wanting to do a lot of things. A lot of things I don't believe has worked out for these motherfuckers. Because where were we at in 2021? What we saw in the future, different things that was happening. Like, wow, this is going to be like this in a few years. You know, I started getting ready for the apocalypse, like I was saying yesterday. In 2020, I started getting ready to be on my roof, taking out zombies. Like, that's what I thought we were going to get into. It didn't necessarily turn out like that in the way I thought. We're in a much better position than we thought we would be in 2021. So, but when these systems, when these algorithms, when the data of us, we determine the moves they make now. They're so in tune with our data. When our collective data reaches a point where they want to do the fake alien invasion, they're going to fucking do it instantaneously. The 2020 event was an instant event. If you look back on it and you're aware of their AI systems and their simulations that they run in real time, every leaf that falls in this world and their mirror worlds, when they practice events, they even admit, Department of Homeland Security, all these agencies worldwide, they all have simulations that they practice viruses and events and shootings, different things they practice in these simulation worlds. They fast forward time, they watch our reactions, they see our reactions, they see how they get us on timelines. Now, the big event I always knew, and I think it's Alex Jones the one that pointed this out to me, but being a truther in the beginning, 2010-ish, is the alien invasion event is going to be the big deception of it. That's the New World Order, where they really start merging all the nations, United Nations, all together against these aliens things, like this outside threat. We see all the signs of that. They've been gearing up for this. We could be moments away. Any day, our life is going to change drastically forever, just like 2020, but magnify that times a million. That event could be a stone throw away. I don't know. I'm not trying to put fear into people, but it can happen any day. Okay? So get ready for that. And but no fear. Be aware it's going to be deception to the fullest degree. And they're going to make it look real as fuck. But it's going to be AI entering avatars we've never seen. And it could be happening as we speak, my friends, based on what I'm hearing. So I think we're going to be doing another... We're going to be doing an AI alien invasion stream soon, because I haven't done one in a while. It's been like 2-3 years. So we're going to get into that. Let's get back to this video, though.
How you're going to behave on this planet and interact with this universe. Is it a friendly universe or a hostile universe that we should fear? So this is where the Law of One, as it does in so many ways, provides us with really satisfying answers that sort of makes us all go, ah, that feels good. What a relief. Nobody has placed me here against my will, but I chose to come here voluntarily. The veil of forgetting shows us that not only did we choose to come here, but we also chose to undergo the forgetting of who we are as well, for the purpose of learning important and powerful soul lessons. So nobody has forced this experience upon us against our will, but all of us chose to come here voluntarily. So can we all just do it together really quick? Ready? But that's only where the really interesting aspects of the veil begins. What's even more interesting is why we choose to forget. Because Ra explains that there was a time in the universe before the veil even existed, and it was actually invented by one of the Logos in a universe long, long ago, in a galaxy far, far away. And it was seen to be one of the most helpful developments for spiritual evolution in the history of the universe. So let's take a journey way back in time, technically before time as we know it here even began, and see what Ra has to say about the origins of this amazing phenomenon. As we learned in the second episode of this series,
I'm not totally vibing with this guy, people, at all, but we're gonna navigate through this neutral to get all the data and try to come to our own conclusion.
Every universe, every galaxy, every star and planet is an experiment being run, to which the results are unknown until the experiment is carried out. So there was in fact a time in the universe before the service to self polarity even existed, and there was only the service to others polarity, without any veil to block an entity from knowing that the fundamental law of the universe is oneness. There was no ability to perceive others as separate, and because of this, Ra said that evolution through third density took a substantially longer amount of time and was almost stalled completely. After all, why do the work that it takes to polarize when you already know that you are the creator and that all is the creator and there's nothing to fear in the universe? Ra likens the situation to children in school who have no consequence for not doing their homework and no reward for graduating. So instead they prefer to just play on the playground and enjoy the universe around them, rather than strive after self-knowledge. So at a certain point, one of the primal logos conceived the idea of veiling third density beings from any memory of who they are or where they came from, to see if this would elicit a faster evolutionary process. And this experiment was a massive success. The result of entities forgetting the nature of the universe as oneness was that the negative polarity, the service to self path, was born. Not only this, but other developments such as the ego, psychological suffering, and mated pairing were all born as a result of the veil. These catalysts turned third density into the shortest and most intense density level of the 7, over 100 times shorter and more intense than any other density. This is when third density officially became the realm of the choosing, where no entity can graduate from without first polarizing, either to the positive or to the negative. In session 82, Ra says, the concept of service to self did not hold sway previous to what we have been calling the veiling process. The necessity for graduation to fourth density is an ability to use, welcome, and enjoy a certain intensity of the white light of the one infinite creator. Prior to the veiling process, the measurement would be that of an entity walking up a set of your stairs, each of which was imbued with a certain quality of light. The stair upon which an entity stopped would be either third density light or fourth density light. Between the two stairs lies the threshold. To cross that threshold is difficult. There is a resistance at the edge of each density. The faculty of faith or will needs to be understood, nourished, and developed in order to have an entity which seeks past the boundary of third density. Those entities which do not do their homework, be they ever so amiable, shall not cross. It was this situation which faced the Logua prior to the veiling process being introduced into the experiential continuum of third density. So before the veil, there was no service to self polarity, there was no ego, there was no suffering, and there was no mated pairing either. I mean, when everyone is seen as myself, then what's the purpose of trying to bond with one of them in particular or have a partner? All sexual energy transfer, Ra says, was purely of green ray, as all beings were seen equally as the creator. But Ra also lays out another interesting effect of the veiling process, which is that before the veil, entities were referred to as mind-body spirits, rather than mind-body-spirit complexes. The word complex denotes the fact that after the veil, the conscious and subconscious mind were hidden from one another, creating a kind of divide between the mind and the body and the spirit. So the self is now a complex of selves, in a sense. The self is no longer known to itself. So in order to answer those important questions that we asked at the beginning of this episode, a lot of spiritual seeking has to be done. And this is the real purpose of the veil of forgetting, to stimulate spiritual seeking. Ra also says that before the veil, there was no ability for enslavement to exist because everyone was seen as equals. So instead of trying to gain power over one another, they simply worked together and accomplished whatever they put their minds to, because nothing can stop the power of unity consciousness. So there were no controlling governmental structures in place or anyone ruling over anyone else in any way whatsoever in their societies. Every interaction was of completely pure intention. So compare that standard for a minute to the world that we live in today, and you can just begin to grasp how much corruption and distortion currently exists on our planet that needs to be healed. We are nowhere near being a truly fourth density planet anytime soon. We are currently living in the kind of prehistoric age of spiritual intelligence, which fourth density humans one day will look back on now the same way that we look back on our prehistoric cavemen. There's a really funny exchange where Dawn asks Ra, "Is there any well-intentioned unconscious slavery going on?" And Ra says, "No, not at all whatsoever." And Dawn says, "Really? There's none on our planet right now?" And Ra says, "Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were asking about prior to the veil. On your planet right now, there are so many different varieties of unconscious enslavement that it beggars our ability to enumerate them." That's quite a statement coming from a sixth density social memory complex. I don't say any of this just to be a Debbie Downer or something, but just so we can keep in mind the true context of where we are right now. There are so many different varieties of unconscious enslavement that it beggars our ability to enumerate them. That's quite a statement coming from a sixth density social memory complex. I don't say any of this just to be a Debbie Downer or something, but just so we can keep in mind the true context of where we are in the grand scheme of things, that there's a lot of work to be done on this planet. And that begins with you and I simply healing and balancing ourselves. And one of the other tools we have at our disposal for healing after the veil is dreams. Ra states that prior to the veil, dreaming served a very different purpose. It was not possible to fall asleep and forget who you are and go live some crazy dream adventure somewhere in your mind. Because again, the conscious and subconscious selves were still joined and not divided into a complex yet. So instead, Ra says that dreams were used as a kind of astral travel device where entities could go into the inner planes and learn from advanced beings there, or even travel to higher density levels and learn from beings there as well. But after the veil, dreams became a primary mechanism for the higher self to communicate with us and send us important messages. And they provide us with a great catalyst for introspection and gaining insights into our subconscious mind. Ra also says that before the veil, entities in third density could control their body temperature, their heartbeat, their blood circulation, and even their own pain response. Before the veil, pain kind of served as a fire alarm for smoke that would alert the entity that there's a problem somewhere in the body, and then the entity could just mentally shut off the pain and address the problem. But physical pain also is one of the greatest catalysts in third density that forces spiritual seeking. There are some monks and yogis who have learned to mentally shut off their pain receptors. But overall, this is still a very rare ability at our stage of evolution, and it will continue to be until we collectively begin to pierce the veil. And this leads us to our next topic, which is the piercing of the veil. Ra says that it is very possible to dismantle the veil in your mind, but this dismantling will not automatically sew the conscious and subconscious minds back together again. Because as long as we are in third density, we have to play by the rules. However, Ra says that when two or more polarized entities join together, meaning two beings with the green ray in activation, the piercing of the veil becomes very possible. The green ray energy center begins to activate the higher energy centers, which slowly allows the adept to remember what they had forgotten long ago, that all is one. And this can be done alone, of course. It's just a whole lot more difficult, because on the service to others path, whenever we work together in unity, our spiritual progress is a whole lot easier. As Ra says, those who seek the truth together shall far more surely find. So I want to be really clear about one misconception about what piercing the veil really means. That it does not mean that you suddenly remember all of your past lives and what star system you're from. Remembering past lives has no effect on your spiritual evolution. It is entirely possible to remember many past lives and know what star system you're from and have a massively dominant spiritual ego at the same time. So the veil of forgetting is not the forgetting of past lives, but the forgetting of the nature of the universe, that all is one. So piercing the veil is really just another term for self-realization, or you could call it self-remembrance. You aren't supposed to remember your past lives here in third density, because that would give away the answers to the test that you're currently taking. Now, once we begin to pass certain tests or become very aware of them, our higher self will sometimes give us glimpses of past lives. But you're not supposed to know that you need to work on forgiving abusive family members, let's say, because you remember that you were abused in a past life. You're supposed to figure that lesson out because you're paying attention to your current life experience and to your inner world. That alone is what causes spiritual evolution. Third density is sort of like the wild card of the 7 densities, because it's the only density level where souls can return to from higher densities. This is what is called wandering. For example, there would be absolutely no point for a 6th density soul to wander back into 4th density, because there's no veil in 4th density. So they would still know everything they knew from 6th density, but simply be stuck in an extremely limited body compared to their level of consciousness. So it would be a totally self-defeating waste of time.
This guy.
But because of the veil of forgetting, advanced beings can place themselves back into the gauntlet of third density, where the stakes are much higher and the consequences much more dire. Third density is sort of the proving ground for souls, where beings come to see if they've truly progressed as much as they think they have. And this is where we can be.
Take your fucking density and shove it up your ass. We're getting the fuck out, dude. Take your densities and shove it.
Begin to see the true magic and wonder of third density. Imagine a virtual reality video game where once you entered, you forgot who you were completely and assumed the identity of the video game character. The goal of the game is not to fear anything that happens, but to remember that you're only playing a game. The more you fear things in the game, the more you forget the real purpose. So how would you ever figure this out without a context of who you were before the game began? People would line up from near and far to test themselves, to see how sharp they really are, and to see what they're really made of. Everyone wants to beat this game more than they want anything else, and that is the genius of it. So here in third density, the creator of the universe is playing the most mind-blowing, incredible game that could ever be imagined, forgetting that it is God, losing itself out in the universe, and slowly crawling its way back to itself once again. We are living inside of a miracle where a soul can truly shine more than in any other level of consciousness. It is the game of champions, where all beings throughout the universe look as the truest test of their level of spiritual intelligence. It is the perfect measuring stick of who you really are. So here in third density, one could make the argument that we have more meaning and purpose to our existence than at any other density level, because only here are there real consequences to not knowing who you are.
How do you know all that?
Only
dude?
Here is there suffering, because it isn't even possible to not know who you are at any other density level. And so, since you know that life is really just a game that your soul is playing to find out what you're made of,
okay,
how pure you are, and how much you remember yourself, then why not play the game to win? Why not reach for the highest and devote everything you are to this purpose? When you look at your life through heaven's eyes, then what could possibly matter more than your spiritual development once you know that it's the entire reason you came here in the first place? Our souls want to soar. They want to taste what the higher heavenly realms of consciousness taste like. But in order to get there, we have to master this realm of consciousness first. We must remember that everything is God. And not just as a concept, but to be able to love everything as God. Quite the game you're playing with yourself, isn't it? In all of sports, there's only a few truly great athletes whose greatness transcends through all the generations of their sport. And likewise, there's only a few rare souls who reach the highest purpose of a human lifetime. Not because the potential is rare, but because so few even realize that they're playing a game at all. So while you are here in third density, you have an opportunity to do something truly rare and significant in this universe. You can be a shooting star here that other beings watch from behind the veil with awe and amazement, the way that we watch some of the great athletes during their era. So this is what piercing the veil of forgetting really means. It is to remember at the soul level that you are the creator, playing within your creation. And once you remember that this is the ultimate game that you're playing, the universe opens its doors to you and invites you to play the next level of the game. This is what we call graduation. So if we had to give a name to this most spectacular of games, we might just call it the Law of One. So now I'll leave you, as always, with one final quote from Ra.
Who is Ra? What is he talking about?
In the last session, you made the statement that before veiling, sexual energy transfer was always possible. I would like to know what you meant by it was always possible. I am Ra. We will use the analogy in your culture of the battery, which lights the flashlight bulb. Two working batteries placed in series always offer the potential of the bulb's illumination. After the veiling, to continue this gross analogy, the two batteries being placed not in series would then offer no possible illumination of the bulb. Many mind-body-spirit complexes after the veiling have, through blockages, done the equivalent of reversing the battery. Questioner: what was the primary source of the blockages that caused the battery reversal?
Okay, we're not going to get to the last minute. So I believe when he's talking about Ra, he's talking about the Egyptian deity of the sea people. This is the Matrix tricks, my friends. Matrix. This is the tricks of the Matrix. The landlords, they want us worshiping the material landlords, the material gods that are stuck here. You know what I mean? That's what this whole thing's about. These landlords people, I'm telling you, deity of the sun, become one of the most important gods in ancient Egypt religion, identified primarily with noonday sun. Ra ruled all parts of the created world, the sky, the earth, and the underworld. He was believed to be ruled as the first pharaoh of ancient Egypt. He was the god of the sun, order, kings, sky. Yeah, people, it's not someone that I want to get my source of information from. I know the difference between the one singular true creator of everything and the fucking landlords of the material world. Don't worship them. Do not. That's not someone you want to be getting information from, my friends. And they have us worshiping these people, these beings as gods, as the creator. Even calling them lords. Look up the definition. I saw, what's his name, do this today. It was interesting. We're going to get right back to this information too. One having power and authority over others. Lord. Hello. A ruler by heredity, right to blah, 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 to whom service obedience are due. Where your obedience is due to these landlords, right? A man of rank or high position, right? A person who has authority, control, or power over others, a master, chief, or ruler. It does also mean a person who exercises authority from property, landlords, people. A lot of you guys, I'm telling you, you're not worshiping the true creator. You're worshiping the landlords. Okay? Landlords. So that was the only video we had to show. Let's keep going here. Let me reshare my screen. Okay. So we got much more to get into. Stay tuned. Oh, again, yeah, the primary interest in the Gnostic Bible is that it portrays women as equals with men, unlike Roman Catholic Bible, which portrays women as lesser than, subservient, and unequal to men. Yeah, seriously. You do your research on this and you'll see the, like, which religion should we give the people? We want to give them the Gnostic. We want to give them, and the Gnostics are honest. It's a bunch of different texts mixed up and put together by whoever. Same thing with the Bible. They're not as honest about that. You know what I mean? There you go right there. And they argued over which religion do we give the people. And of course, the you know what's won that little feud. Okay, so again on the Gnostics, so denying them knowledge that acquired. Okay, so we went over that. Now let's go through here. So we went to the Greek. So now Hindu. There was something in here. When you look up Hindu cup of forgetfulness in a search engine, I think it was here. Let's see here. Let's do a quick search here. No, it wasn't on this. There was something with Hinduism on it, and I think I've lost it. Okay, actually, this was it. Okay, check this out, I think. Yeah, so this Apasmara is a dwarf who represented spiritual ignorance and nonsensical speech in Hindu mythology. He is also known as Malaika and Mulaikin, whatever. Signifies memory, not speech. The compound means loss. This name means loss of memory, dementia, amnesia. Gibberish, that is, nonsensical or unintelligible. Speech or ego. Refer to certain neurological disorders such as memory loss as a symptom, but given the absence at the time of such memory, blah, 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 brain scan, blah, blah, blah. So we see the same type of thing, a little bit different with the other ones, but they have, even in the Hindu thing, they have their cup of forgetfulness god. Okay, now, so let's start getting rid of some of these. So I stay on point where we haven't gone. Okay. So we're going to get to that in a second. There was something here with the Bible. Okay. Okay. When you search up the cup of forgetfulness in the Bible, this is their thing. The phrase, the cup of forgetfulness does not appear in the Bible. However, there are several references to cups in the Bible, such as the cup of wrath and the cup of salvation. For example, in Jeremiah 49:12, the Lord says, "If those who do not deserve to drink the cup must drink it, can you possibly remain unpunished? You will go unpunished, for you must drink it too." So this is the cup of forgetfulness in the Bible from Jeremiah 49:12. There's a few, and in Ezekiel as well. You could look up the verses. It's just a different way, but their thing is more of, in the Christian sense. So you can see how they took these concepts and twisted it for their believers in these matrix systems of control and power over you by what? Taking away your power. So there you go. That's all it really is for the Bible stuff. And the King James Version says exactly from Jeremiah 49. Where are we at here? Those hold whose judgment was not to drink of the cup have assuredly drunk. And how are you one of who will altogether go unpunished? You shall not go unpunished, but you shall surely drink it. So this is their version of the cup of forgetfulness. And again, it's the most confusing and everything. Of course, when you go to these texts, it is definitely, with any story, it is the most confusing word magic spells that you can imagine. There are some evil ass beings behind this, people. And you could tell on the other stuff, like they really wanted to lay it out in a certain way as mythology, as these concepts, but it's plainly understandable, Now, as you go this direction, it's more and more confusing and word magic-y. I mean, it's undeniable. So, now, we're on Graham Hancock's website. There was something here that I found. So what I was looking at is I started doing search of the cup of forgetfulness, and I started looking up different cultures and things like that, and searching that with the search. And then I started going deep and scrolling on pages, because most people, they go to the first page on Google, and then that's as far as they go. You got to start scrolling all the way to the 20th page, my friends, to really find different things. So there was something here. Okay, so listen to this. So yeah, and in the Egyptian culture, same thing. This is from, I'm going to show you guys something outside of this subject, but I was talking about in the beginning about this. This is from Ritual of the Enlightened One. The ritual mentions several drugs taken beforehand. Below is much abridged version. But in this, I don't know exactly what this is, but it's in the Egyptian text. Let me search this again. Okay. The aspiring one awakes. He is raised. He comes forth. He staggers. He cannot walk unsupported. His throat burns. His head resounds. He is given the sweet waters in the cup of forgetfulness and drinks deeply. All is well. He is reborn one. He is an enlightened one. He is one resurrected from the cavern of stone. There you go. Another right in your face. The ritual includes a vision of weighing of souls. Below is a much abridged version. So I don't want to keep going on in this, but when you look up copper, so, okay, let me throw this into this, and I'm probably going to do a separate thing on this. During the first, what is this, or the Soul Trap Matrix streams, we were watching a video, and it was a clip, a bunch of clips. And in one of the clips, it was a TikTok video, and this guy was talking about how they would line rooms with, I don't know if it's true, but keeping an open mind, lining rooms with gold and or lead or these certain metals, they could control what avatar the spirit incarnates in, right? These elitists can do that, and it seems like they have control over that. You know what I mean? Um, so in this thing I was reading, the priests who came from the land of copper could make their souls depart from the body at their command and return as they willed. So I don't know what to make of this, but it's pretty interesting. They go into this whole thing with the mummies and mummification and stuff like that. This is pretty interesting. But I thought it was interesting with these certain metals. We know these guys are crazy about these metals. They want certain metals in us. They want to hoard other metals for themselves, things like that. And getting into information and seeing these metals can control consciousness in a way and navigate consciousness in a certain way makes me wonder, people. You know, they want certain metals for themselves, and they want to make sure that we get certain metals inside of us. Think about that, people. These things can control consciousness. Who knows what they've been putting inside of us? We see what aluminum does and these different metals. So what is going on a spiritual level with this? I don't know. But there could be something to it. So here's more on that. I think there was something here. This is the same thing. Yeah, this is the same thing. If somebody wanted this here, I guess some people might be interested. I'll put the link to this. I'm not really putting links in there, but I will. What's up, G? What's up, Svetlana? I wasn't feeling him either. What's up, G? What's up, JJ in the house? What's up, bro? So we're already 2 hours in. What the fuck? I've been here 2 hours. Okay, we got more stuff to get to here. I'm going to try to pull up that link you shared, but it's going to take a minute for this to catch up. I'll get to it. Oh, yeah, same thing. Same stories, right? When I woke up to that, when I was told this information and the same stories recycled, same scenario, born a virgin, rose in 3 days, you know, this, and this, and I saw all the other gods before that time that they would make us worship and give to us, it woke me up immediately. You know what I mean? Like I woke up like, okay, now I see what's going on. I felt something weird even when I was a kid in church. I felt something isn't right. I'm not getting good vibes. I would try to read certain texts and I would just get this vibe like, stay away from, this is not your path. You know what I mean? Stay away from this word magic. I always knew since I was a tiny kid. But once I was told that and I got the awareness before that time and all these same stories recycled, I immediately woke up to it. But I just don't understand how some people, they get this information and it debunks a lot of stuff about their spirituality that they were told. And they just look the other way. They don't give a shit. No, no, no. I'm cozy and nice. I'm good, you know? It's like, wait, you don't want the truth? People just want to be all cuddly and make a scenario that makes them all cuddly, like a false way of being, you know? I don't get it. I don't get it. But I don't want to go there much anymore. on the religion thing. I just want to like kind of move forward with different things. So these people, they're just going to get blocked. What's up, Jack? If anybody has anything to share, post it in the chat. Okay, let me see here. Give me a second, everybody. We still have stuff to go through. Let me pull up what Rory was sharing. Okay. We might get to this. One second. I'm glad you posted that because I think I wanted to get to another video too because I want to stay here longer. But before we get into that, so where were we at here? Okay. So this Egyptian stuff in the Cup of Forgiveness, same thing, same story, a little bit different. The same gods, you know what I mean, in charge, or these beings in charge of these different tasks. Okay, we need them to forget. You're in charge of making them forget. You're in charge of this and that, and told in a different way. So before we get to this thing, let's check out this video Rory shared. It's definitely on topic. And I know who this guy is. So it's from Deleted Truths. Reincarnation Prison Cycle. Let's check it out. This will bring a lot of balance to the last guy, that's for sure. Okay, let's check this out for a minute.
Still hear her say, visiting my mother, who was dying. I still hear her say, what have I been doing here? What will happen to us when we die? How could we investigate this? The only thing I have is the movement of the earth. Time. In my view, time is moving in an analemma. All phenomena follow the same pattern. So let me repeat something from my previous video. The red arrow is the rotation of the earth. In the first movement, you go with the flow. Second movement, you go against the flow. With the flow is easy, it's called heaven. Against the flow is very hard, it is called hell. Now you can guess in which part we are living. Is it heaven or is it hell? In the life we are leading, it's all about destruction. So I made this video loop. I see two intermediate states. The state of the water and the state of the fire. Let's start with the state of the water. Pure consciousness is slowing down. That creates the water. Then the consciousness is moving against the flow, and this creates matter. Then, of course, you go through the barrier and you enter life. Welcome to hell.
Wow.
What's
Oh,
up,
he's
bitch?
adorable.
There you go.
Hi, buddy.
Let's go to the other side. There you have the fire state. You are slowing down, making a curve, and then speeding up back to heaven. My guess is that the first part of the fiery state is the decay of the body. Then the second state is the wiping of the memories. In the original version, it is the spirit that is being purified of the body. In the religion version, it is the torture room, where you are being punished for all your sins. The only way to get out is if you are being saved by the archangels.
I'm glad you shared this video. I haven't seen this one. I definitely am a fan of this guy, and I guess he disappeared or something. But thank you. This is perfect.
Or Mother Mary. But let's start with the children. It is all about fear.
Matrix
Good boy,
programming.
bad boy, it doesn't make a difference. We all follow the same pattern. We have another interesting story. Charon, the ferryman of Hades, the Greek underworld. He carries the souls of those who have been given funeral rites across the rivers Acheron and Styx, which separate the worlds of the living and the dead. Charon, the boatsman. Strange that the word Charon is holding the word Archon. Another strange coincidence. Take the word Styx and the word Christ. It seems like an inversion. Maybe the X is the mirror. Ichthys, the fish. Let's investigate some words. Take the word water, invert the W and you get mater, Latin for mother. You also have the word mare, in Latin the sea, Mother Mary.
What's up, Glenn?
Add a T to mater and you get matter. On the other side you have fire. If you have a mother, you must have a father. So the fire is the Father. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. But where is Mary? Let's say you have the Mother, the Father, and in the center the Holy Spirit. You have the wave spirit and the black box spirit. Then this would be the wave spirit. In the name of the Mother, the Father, and the Holy Spirit. So Mother and Father come together in the Holy Spirit, and this creates the Son. Now in the parasitic version, Mother Mary suddenly becomes a virgin. In the name of the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit. Amen. What is the meaning of Amen? let me recapitulate. You have the Akhet and the Jew. The Jew is the crater. The Akhet is the crater with the dome. The dome is the breeding room. The breeding room of a new race. A new man. A new Adam. The Akhet Adam. Akhet Aton. Or the Akhenaton. The insectoids. You have the word Anunnaki, the beings who once came to Earth from the heavens. One problem, I don't believe in the solar system. But there is also another explanation. It comes from the Hopi. The Anu is the ant, and Naki means friends. So the Hopi were the friends of the Anu, the ant people. Sounds more like it, if you ask me. Some people try to look like the slave masters. Was Akhenaton Moses? That would give us a link to the rest of the story. The parasites, using our body to procreate.
Oh my God.
When you take the word church or the Flemish word kerk, you can hear the word ark, ark. Strange things happen when you put the analemma in the church. How do you enter the church?
When we enter the church is we dip our finger in holy water and we make the sign of the cross.
You enter the ark through the water. And how do you get out?
And then raise the entire sanctuary lamp again so that each and every time you walk into here, there's a fresh candle burning bright, and we know without a doubt that the Blessed Sacrament is present. We genuflect before the Lord as we are entering into the house of God.
You get out through the fire. So what is in the center?
It's usually a stand of, let's say, earth or stones. And in the Hebrew law, the stones of the altar couldn't be cut stones. They had to be natural stones. And then what you do on top of the altar, you of course have a fire in the altar, and then you place your sacrifice, which is often an animal, on top of the altar.
One of my viewers mailed me. The word analemma sounds like animal. So you sacrifice an animal on the altar. Standing behind the altar, the priest. The white circle, symbol of the Holy Spirit. Break their spirit and let them eat it. Take the fruits of the forbidden tree and drink it. Now you become the parasite yourself.
Oh shit.
Take a look at what is happening today. The Teutonic Knights kill the human sacrifice. The Knights Hospitaller perform the ritual, and the Templars receive the manna. Forget about the Jews. So I wonder, you have Nazi, Zion, Mount Zion. What is it all about? Mount Zion surely is not this site. The invaders come from Saturn, aka Atlantis. What is in the center of Atlantis? It is the temple of Poseidon. So my guess is that Zion comes from Poseidon. 3 orders, 3 points in the analemma. In the center, Rome, the swastikans. On the left, you have London. Is there a link with fire in the word London? Babylon is burning. The London fire, the London blitzkrieg. Then there has to be a link in Jerusalem with water. That makes me think of the Christ, the fish. Is the story of Jesus the story of the human soul? Jesus enters Jerusalem. There he is killed by the Roman Empire. He gets out through the cross and then he resurrects. So if the fish is the alpha, then the hero is in Rome and the omega would be in London, the M Archon.
Stay on the path.
Okay, there's only five minutes left on this. This is really interesting. Okay, we'll finish this out 5 more minutes and we'll get back to the open research.
So you die, and there you meet Saint Peter with the keys.
Go.
Get in the boat. Let's go back to our 2 brains. Let's say that the cerebellum is the arc. The arc is the analemma. The earth is the rotation. The 2 energies combined give you this. Let's remove the parasitic analemma. This would be paradise. So they tell you that this is the movement of the earth. So why are we still seeing sun and moon? Because these are clearly evidence that we are in the analemma, the arc, the matrix. This is the situation. The Holy Spirit goes through the arc to the bigger brain. The aim of the parasite is to cut us off from our bigger brain. Now you are locked up in reincarnation. In the name of the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit. Amen. The Solomon Star, destroyer of the Jew. creator of the black box. Put the Holy Spirit in the box. The eternal light is being shredded to pieces. But how do we get out? I hear you say. Now remember, this piece of the analemma is heaven. This is the normal path of your consciousness. But we all were distracted by heaven. And now we are locked up in the analemma.
This shit's deep, dude. So, I'll finish it out and say my commentary. I'm gonna repost this on my channel tonight, though. We need to make sure we share this, guys, because he's disappeared or something. I don't know what happened to his channel, but right? What happened? Does anybody know? I'm gonna take this video. Obviously, this person did that. I'm gonna repost it. This is an important video. We need to make sure that we're posting people's content like this. Anyways, 2 minutes left. Let's finish this out.
Lemma of reincarnation. So the only way to escape is through the Holy Spirit. But how do we get there? My guess is that after purgatory, we arrive at the gates of heaven.
Ooh, for the fucking...
And there you have two possibilities. But what you think is the gate of heaven is actually the analemma of reincarnation.
Oh my god, this dude just blew the lid off that shit. People, this is fucking so deep. It's not even fucking funny. This is so deep, people. I'm gonna rewind a minute.
And now we are locked up in the analemma of reincarnation. So the only way to escape is through the Holy Spirit. But how do we get there? My guess is that after purgatory, we arrive at the gates of heaven.
Oh my god.
And there you have two possibilities. But what you think is the gate of heaven is actually the analemma of reincarnation.
You're going the wrong way! What? You're going the wrong way! He says we're going the wrong way! Oh, he's drunk! How would he know where we're going? Yeah, how would he know? Thank you. Thanks a lot. Terrific. Thank you. What a moron. You're going in the wrong direction! You're going to kill somebody! You're going the wrong way! What? What?
I'm a little speechless after that. I haven't seen that one. Huge shout out to Rory for posting that in the chat. I'm going to be mirroring this on my channel as well. A very important video. This dude blew the lid off this shit. Anyone pushing life or creating a new earth are liars selling you the matrix again. The landlords of the system to keep you coming back powering the system. Now, it doesn't mean it's all doom and gloom and stuff, but people need to, when you see all this stuff, you can see where we're coming from, people. All right? And when he's getting real about the parasites and stuff, these little demons, these microscopic tiny demons within us, interrupting that flow, that natural spiritual flow, and connecting with our spirit and stuff like that. I've been talking a lot about this. I knew this is a deep topic. When you're talking about these monsters, all these dragons, all these stories of all these dragons and monsters and stuff, and this mythology, people put a microscope on these parasites that within us, my friends, that's what you're going to see. And when you're talking about, when we get into the parasite stream soon, I need to reach out to Bobby Knight. I still need to do that. So I'm going to do that soon, this week. And it's referenced in the Bible about the unleavened bread, people. The unleavened bread is bread without the yeast, people. I think, and this is my opinion, I don't know, I'm just saying, I think the whole yeast thing is a big parasite conspiracy on the people. All right, live active yeast on a commercial level as well. These are parasite eggs alive that go through a process of, they classify it as fungi. A lot of these things, I don't care what they classify it as. These things turn into candida parasites when it's within your body, different temperatures. It becomes an incubation. Your body is an incubation zone for these different elements that they want us to take, and these different ingredients that becomes a parasite, you know? And we see that out in nature. Sweet spots create these different insects and stuff. These weird insects. Same thing in your body, my friends. These are fucking monsters. Parasitic dragon monsters from the matrix system to keep us from that connection, people. To keep us confused. Oh my gosh, we need to wake up. So, again, there's a lot of scripture on this, even in the Bible, a lot of text about the unleavened bread, about, you know, when someone wants a divine message, or you want to shed all the programming, you want to do this, you better fast for a week, 2 weeks, you know what I mean? You better not eat bread. Don't eat bread. Okay, you're ready for this? You better not eat bread, because what's in the bread, people? Oh my gosh, think about it. So, just awareness and stuff. We'll be getting into the parasite thing, trust me, and it could be a touchy subject that we have to tiptoe around some things. But what we're going to do is we're going to be live here, and then we're going to end the stream on YouTube, go to Rumble Uncensored, because we're going to be talking about things that they will shut me. You'll never see me again. There's one thing that I want to mention. If I mention it, I know they'll shut this down immediately. And I know when I had we're going to get back to the investigation. When I had like 200 subs, my first channel, I posted one of these links in the chat. Okay, I had 200 subs. I had 9 people in the live chat, people. No joke. No attention on my channel. Just barely anything. Not a big deal. I posted the link in the chat. Immediately when I press enter to post a link in the chat, people, they shut the stream down and the channel. Well, they gave me a strike for it and shut my channel down for a week. But the immediate, when I press enter in the chat, it was like, shut down the stream like that, people. It's a very touchy subject. So, we talked about the word Lord. Let's do this. The landlords of the matrix system. Oh, let me share this video with you guys real quick. And I'm going to repost this in the next day or two, if not tonight, on my channel as well. I guess he's on Rumble. That's cool. I'll check that out too. So these can only have people. This is all a matrix system. This religion stuff, all this stuff is to get you exactly what he's saying. He was so on point. That was so deep, the way he did that. People, I don't know how people don't see. They're so deep entrenched in this system. They don't understand what's happening here. Okay. So the Egyptian stuff, we're going to be getting more into this on our reincarnation as well with these different metals. That's another thing I've been wanting to get to, like I'm here about the mind wipe and the cup of forgetfulness, the veil for forgetfulness. Well, we want to still get into parasites specifically, and then these heavy metals and these different metals and the different stories about how they would use these metals, rooms lined with these metals to control a spirit's path, the elitists. We'll be getting to that, trust me. That's another touchy subject that we need to be careful with as well. And once we discovered this with the lead and gold, and once I started searching this, there was not any information. It was like you knew it was something deep because there was nothing but a small 30-second video. So anyways, so we're going to get into the soul trap theory. But before we do that, Hermeticism. I don't think we talked about that one. And if anybody wants to come up and talk about this, I'm going to put the link out in a minute. So this is from Hermeticism. Now we're talking about forgetfulness. I think this is one of them. When the body grows in bulk and draweth down the soul into its mass, then doth the soul cut off itself and bring upon itself forgetfulness, and no more shareth in the beautiful and the good. And this forgetfulness becometh vice. Okay, so we see in all these different ancient texts them referring to the mind wipe in different ways. One second. I remember vice definition. I want to look up the definition that it means immoral or wicked behavior. And this forgetfulness becometh vice. It is the same for them that who go out from the body. For when the soul draws into itself, where are we at? Let me pull up this. Okay. The spirit doth contract itself within the blood, and the soul with the spirit. Then the mind stripped of its wrappings and naturally divine, making unto itself a fiery body, abandoning the soul unto its judgment and whatever chastisement hath deserved. Interesting. So this is Hermeticism. Let's see if there's any other. Let's see this. Okay, forgetfulness is only there. Let's move on. This is. Pull this up. I think this is another. I don't know which text this is from. This looks like it's Gnostic. Who giveth the cup of forgetfulness unto the souls, and he bringeth the water of forgetfulness, and handeth it to the soul, and it drinketh it, and forgetteth all things and all the regions. What is this from? Hebrew Israelite. This is Hebrew text. All the regions in which it has gone thereafter, there cometh a receiver of the little Sabbath, the good hymn of the midst. He himself bringeth a cup filled with thoughts and wisdom, and soberness is in it. And he handeth it to the soul, and they cast it into the body, which can neither sleep nor forget, because the cup of soberness, which hath been handed unto it, but it will whip its heart persistently to question about the mysteries of the light until it finds them through the decision of the Virgin of Light, and inherit the light forever. Yeah, there you go again, people. Matrix tricks, matrix systems to keep you coming back, my friends, and we're exposing it for what it is. I knew all along this was the master ultimate topic we can discuss, and we're here. So we went through that. Let's start getting rid of some of these tabs here. So we only got a few more left. So we got through this guy's video. And again, when you... So we looked up Cup of Forgetfulness when we started this stream. Let's look up Veil, because it seems like the Veil of Forgetfulness is more as like the kind of spiritual, this is perfect and great and loving and it's so great and we need it and stuff like that. So when you put Veil of Forgetfulness in YouTube, this is the first video that pops up. Let's see what this lady's saying. Let's check this out. 2 minutes. And look, we popped up right there. Nice. I'm not sharing my sound. Hold on a minute. Let's check this out for a second, see what this is about. And we're going to get back to this article on the Soul Trap theory.
Welcome to my YouTube channel. Thank you for coming. My YouTube channel is based on all the questions that my followers have sent to me by email. You can go to carolynmolnar.com to submit yours. And if it helps many, then there's a chance that it'll get on this station. I hope you enjoy what you see. If there's something that doesn't make sense or you don't agree with,
thanks, Glenn. Appreciate that, bro.
Move on to the next. This is for information only. I hope you can sit back.
Okay,
relax,
chill with the music. Let's get to the...
Thanks for watching. One of my Instagram followers asked, what is the purpose of the Veil of Forgetfulness? What is it? I've never heard it called that. I'm hoping I'm getting the right sense of what you mean by Veil of Forgetfulness.
Better wake up to it, lady.
When we come to the planet, we don't remember where we've come from. And I think if we did, it would give us a leg up and not make this lifetime as important to progress our soul, because we would know inside information, like inside tips. So I feel that we have this veil to give us a more full body experience being on the planet and a greater opportunity for progression, believe it or not. And what is it?
And I gotta say, I agree to a certain extent. I can see how that in a system can work, but I think that is something has been added extras on the situation, and something is not right with it. There's some new programs and written codes into this system that is going, and they're breaking universal spiritual laws. It's clear as day, my friends. And who knows, maybe, well, I'm not going to say what I want to say about that, but
it's energy, and it's, the Spirit's telling me it's brain fog. It comes in every once in a while as an aha moment. You have insights from your past lives, from your lessons, and you can apply those bits of information to the experience that you're having now. But our whole purpose for being here is to learn, and if we know everything that we've learned so far, it's almost like this is a waste of a lifetime.
Not me. I'm not sorry. I'm here to get us the fuck out. That's what I'm here for.
So I think that's what you mean by Veil of Forgetfulness and its usefulness in progressing our soul.
Okay, we get it. Cool. So he has another video here. Shane Wilson. Let's see what else. Let's maybe check out one more video while I queue up exactly what we're going to get into next. How to remove the mind block. Let's see what this girl's all about. Fair use. Yeah, let's see what she's all about. Let's check this out.
Hi there and welcome. I'm Nikki Sutton and I help people realise the infinite nature of self and of reality. Thank you so much for joining me today. How to pierce the veil of forgetting. So I have a question from a viewer today and it's from D. Ashok. Thank you very much. How to come out of the veil of forgetfulness. Okay, so what is the veil of forgetfulness or the veil of forgetting?
We got to remember, people. Remember what happened a week or two ago on my channel? I was getting into the soul tribe thing. And I came across an article about tell the lords of karma that you are sovereign. And it went through, hold on a minute. Think about this. I'm glad I did this today. Let's see if this pops up here. Yeah, it does. Okay. This isn't the exact art. Bear with me for a second, guys. 1 second. This is important. Anyways, it's on my channel. Let's do this. I don't want to have any... We're going to pull up my channel real quick. I'm going to show you guys. It's the least... This is the most important video I've ever posted. If I was like, okay, Ian, you're never going to be on YouTube again. You have one more message to give to the people. And that's it. And then you're done. And you can never say anything again. I would tell them exactly what I said in this video here. Look at this, people. Think about this real quick. Okay, so I'm going too far. 1 second. It was... There it is. Look at this, people. The most important video I've ever posted with the least views. And the second I started to post this video on the YouTube studio, it's a clip from the stream. The least viewed video I've ever had and the most important. Think about that. The minute I was uploading and it was uploading into YouTube's AI or, you know, their system, all these red explanation points came up. But I couldn't find, usually it means, okay, so I need to have too many characters in the title, or I have this wrong, or I didn't change not for kids, or whatever it is. There's nothing to fix here. Why is it red? So anyways, I was like, well, I'll just refresh it. So I deleted it. I went to another tab. I opened it again, and then it wasn't red. So I uploaded it. And whenever I upload a video, I go to my other channels to make sure I got a notification every time. Because I've dealt with this before on YouTube. No notification. At that point, YouTube shut my notifications off on my channel. Because I uploaded this video, people. So that's when I started dealing with it again on YouTube, where they'll start shutting them off. So I just want to point that out. That this is what the landlords, these matrix controllers do not want you to tap into, is this information. Of anything in the entire world, they don't give a shit if you know Bill Gates is this and that, or they do this, or they're poisoning this, or all these conspiracies. They don't give a shit, people. Because a lot of this awareness of this stuff and talking about it, like, oh, they're so powerful, look at what they're doing. You're just giving them more power, really, and helping them reinforce it. Now turn it into awareness, like, I'm aware of this, but that's it. That's as far as I'm going. I'm not giving it more power or nothing. I'm just spreading awareness where I can and not giving it more power. So we got to differentiate giving something power and then having awareness of it. That's a big thing, people. So anyways, this is the one thing information they don't want you to tap into, and they turn off my notifications as soon as I tried to post it. Just want to point that out. Least watched video, most important. That's how it works on YouTube. So let's get into this, because we're at 3 hours. And if anybody wanted to come up while I'm reading this article, I'll put the link out there, but I don't want to make this too long. I got to be up early. Okay, so I read some of this, but it did have stuff about the cup of forgetfulness in this. Exit a cave, premiere to the after death soul trap theory. Okay. So let me search this real quick. Okay, so yeah, they talk about the cup of forgetfulness in here. Okay, so what point of the article is this at? Okay, there's a lot. This is a large article. I don't want to go over all of it, although I was planning on it. What if you woke up one moment, said this moment, and realized that you are in a fact have died, that you are in the, okay. What if there is an exit? A topic that has had much focus for the last 10 years comes under the soul subject, soul traps. And in a nutshell, it is saying that non-human beings either created this realm or control this realm and bring human souls into an artificial world construct. That's already weird. It's not humans. What's a human? Okay. They do this in order to farm humans for food using our energy, mainly in the form of fear and other negative emotions, like the movie Monsters, Inc. When we die, we get tricked at the key moment when we can turn away from all this by aliens disguising as beings of light or former loved ones. So this is where they taint this theory with different words that kind of turn people off and like, oh, that's spookism and stuff like that. They make sure that they throw these certain words. So this could be deception here. You one know as archons in the Nag Hammadi Gnostic text would then go into a tunnel of light or up to a stairway of light. Doing either will cause us to enter the reincarnation cycle and be back into another life in the soul farm. That's by Wayne J. Bush. Okay. So it says Wayne Bush's above quote gives all the information you need on the subject. Get the fuck out of here. Are you kidding me? This is all the information that you need? This is total deception. Let's keep going here. Near-death experiences concepts such as karma, reincarnation, and sin, a foundation discussion point for this book with the allegory of Plato's cave that is found in his book Republic. Okay. So in near-death experiences, they present a similar story. They enter a realm that is confusing. So it's kind of like Plato's cave. Let's go back up here. It is a story about a cave of prisoners being tricked into living a life of illusion. Researchers attempt to explain the analogy of Plato's cave and its exit simply. They fit their analysis into their beliefs of this world, and few question whether it is a useful analogy. This book is not concerned much with traps in this realm. This book is looking for the foundation for all the traps. Interesting. They enter a realm that is confusing until they see a white light, often a tunnel, blah, blah, blah. Let's keep going here. And no wonder, for Satan himself masquerades as an angel of light. Oh my gosh. Hold on a minute. Corinthians 11. Anyways, I don't need to look at the verse. Let's get back here. I don't want to waste time. Okay. One of the beliefs that human experience has become based on is what we live in a wonderful world made by a loving creator, a place where all of our wishes can come true so we can grow, learn, and evolve. If we just have enough faith, then we will get to enter a heavenly realm for eternity filled with clouds, harps, and angels. What a deceiving lie. People really think that. I mean, not that now we're not going to end up in a wonderful place, but all these worldly things, I don't know, this book will present the thesis that we live in the exact opposite of this presentation. My research through the ancient groups of the Gnostics and Cathars, as well as the work of the modern philosophers, reveal that we live in an artificial simulated world created by an evil deity called the Demiurge by the Gnostics. This reality we inhabit is not a new creation, but a copy of a more real realm that is our home. Yeah, people, you better fucking believe it. It's a copy, it's not the original, okay? And what are they doing right now? They've made copies, they have more copies, okay? We don't know how many copies we're in, how deep we're in this how many matrices we're in, my friends. We don't know how many layers that we're in, but it's more than 2. It's at least 3. Okay. When we examined more closely, this world copy appears more like what we now call artificial intelligence. Artificial meaning not organic, not alive as we think of that term. Our souls were tricked to enter the simulation. So I wouldn't say that necessarily. What's on the table for me, which makes more sense, is that we weren't tricked to enter here. It's became what it is over time. You know what I mean? Maybe it wasn't a trick in the beginning. Maybe it was. I don't know. But to think that you're just all knowing in the spiritual realm and it's just perfect rainbows and butterflies, think again, people. There's deceptions on all levels, which has been devised in such a way to keep us here to harvest our energy as a power source to keep the simulation running. Some might respond, this sounds insane, but it is. And what type of technology are we getting into, my friends? And I used to get deep into this. Biological supercapacitor. A biological supercapacitor, a protein-based battery-like device that extracts energy from the human body and then releases it inside an electrical current. The implantable medical device. And I tell you what, people, that's where technology is going. They have all the I mean, this was 3 years ago. I would get deep into 2 years ago. On this old computer, I have literally hundreds and hundreds of files of each subject of technology, AI, you name it, and these type of biological capacitors and where they were going with the technology. I have it all filed and everything. I had a whole file of like 30, 40 things on this. And these different devices, and as the technology was growing and growing, who knows where it's at now? That's why I just did a quick search. New wearable, this is one of them right here I used to cover. Anyways, we see what they're doing with technology, right? So, again, we know that they were already technologically advanced. So, when people get that matrix thing where they're using us as a power source, they get turned off with a certain lingo and certain rhetoric. But when you look at what's going on, that's the technology they're getting into. So it's definitely a high possibility. And you look at these different gods, and I was showing you, Sophia name is throughout these different cultures and different sacred texts, whatever. And what did they name the first AI robot? Sophia, people. Where are we at here? What was the definition of Sophia again? Wisdom. From Gnosticism and Christianity. Cleverness, skill. The meaning of cleverness, skill, wisdom. Right. Okay, let's continue. So I don't like it when they use the term gray aliens. Call them what you want. They're fucking interdimensional beings that are controlling these areas. They await in the light when a human being dies. The human being is then recycled into another body and the process begins all over again. Hence the light is a tunnel at death. Hence the light and tunnel at death trap. What? Scanning someone they wish to recycle as they near death. The aliens discover who the person was close to has died. They project the person's image in the white light tunnel and the image waves you in deeper. If you choose to follow, you can be trapped and sent to another incarnation of their choice. These entities view Earth as a big farm. Man, I'm telling you, the truth hurts sometimes, you know? We can try to turn it into rainbows and butterflies all we want, but I believe there's a lot of truth here. So there's something down here. Hold on. Okay, so we're getting to the cup of forgetfulness in a second. This topic about Earth being a farm of souls has been around for many decades, but generally on the fringes, alternative research. So, food for the moon. Most thought he was being symbolic, blah, blah, blah. Out-of-body researcher Robert Monroe, who in chapter 12 of his book claimed aliens required what he called energy loosh. Our realm became one built to provide this loosh to the alien controllers. I discuss his book, blah, blah, blah. Okay. The lack of people thinking about food chain baffles me, blah, blah, blah. Okay, let's continue here. This examination is going to be hard for almost anyone to read because all our most held on and cherished hopes and wishes are going to be put to the test. These include the idea of free will, that somehow this reality was set up so that we can do and experience as we choose. However, we will be judged later on for our choices. The problem with this theory is that there are many moments in people's lives where they feel they had no choice or it was destined to happen. And so, which events are free will choices and which are destiny? It gets cloudy at this point. I gotta agree. A video game character believes they have free will as well, but they only act based on the programming that their character has been given as code. What if we are used for the whims of another? As the robot hosts of the TV show blah 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 Westworld are used by supposed human guests who act like parasites towards them. Interesting. So here we are with this. Let's get into this. And I haven't got this far. I just know that down here they get into the cup of forgetfulness. Another topic most take for granted is as true is the Christian concept of sin. Even though we were never given a manual for life on entering, nor any real idea of who or what will judge our actions, the idea of karma, similar to sin, is where the good things we do get rewarded and the bad things we do get punished. Eastern religions have taken the concept of karma a bit further, adding it to reincarnation, where these Karmic moments determine if you can return as an important person, a lowly peasant, or even, God forbid, an animal. Whoa. Better put your armor on now, people. If you don't really want to wait, well, I don't know. The topic of reincarnation surrounds all of this. This subject of avoiding a reincarnation soul trap was the foundational belief behind the group in southern France known as the Cathars, whom the Church of Rome exterminated. Whoa, I didn't... Wait, hold on a minute. What the fuck? Hold on a minute. This is crazy, people. Let me go into the chat for a second. What the fuck? Okay, I never heard of this. So the Cathars. We're going to get right back to this. Medieval. Ooh, look at, see what they named it? Like Catholicism. Oh, sorry. I hate when they do this AI search thing. Were a Christian dualist movement that emerged in Western Europe in the 12th century and thrived in Southern Europe, particularly in Northern Italy and Southern France. They believed in two gods, one good and one evil. The Catholic Church denounced Cathar practices, particularly blah, blah, blah. We know they're going to tell us a bunch of bullshit, and then they're going to name it, look, medieval Christian sect, right? So let's get back here. This is important. The Cathars, whom the Church of Rome exterminated. So the reincarnation soul trap was the foundational belief behind the group in southern France known as Cathars. This is where I feel like somebody's watching me type shit. Whom the Church of Rome exterminated beginning in 1209 AD in their first crusade and inquisition against their own people. However, in the last 20 years, the subject of soul traps and harvesting energy has taken on new levels. Why is that, my friends? Why is this subject just turned up all of a sudden and is heating up big time? More and more people are aware and waking up, breaking out of the chains of religion and systems in this matrix. Oh my God. Why is that, people? Because these landlords have broke universal law and we came to fucking bring judgment and break us free. Come on, people. Another key element of this discussion is what we be called the memory wipe, personified in the ancient world by the Hermetic cup of forgetfulness and the Chinese goddess Meng Po and her soup of forgetfulness. Right in this word, we are getting the sense of what is going on. Forgetfulness, to no longer remember the full or the whole of what we are. Very, very interesting. I'm glad I actually started reading this. I knew there were some important things here. They don't want you to, that's why when we see different religious programming that people are wearing, this worldly material nonsense, when we talk about these different things, reincarnation, going within for answers, guiding with that, with yourself, you know what I mean? Your own superpowers. Oh, that's new age. Don't do that. Reach out to these worldly systems that the enemy gave us, you know? They're poisoning our food, air, and water. Yeah, they're giving us false history. They're doing all this stuff. But it's okay that they give us all this fake stuff to consume and for our mind and body. But we're aware of that now. But with our soul and the truth about that, let's take that hook, line, and sinker as the almighty truth. Come on, people. like Sunkist always said, and that was powerful. If they don't care about your mind and your body, why would they give a shit about your soul? That's what they want the most. They want you to keep coming back in the system. They don't want you to break free. So obviously they're going to program you to where you hear these concepts of truth, to call it New Age and to deny it. And that programming that people have, like, oh, they just deny it. Like, oh, that's truth. I don't want truth. Just, I want to stay in my little cuddly realm that the enemy gave me. They claim reincarnation is false because they do not remember any of their own lives. And even the Pope denies the concept. Of course he does. We get one life and that's it. That's the biggest fucking lie. They will reject the idea of reincarnation immediately, even though when you look into the early history of those religions, reincarnation could be found in its earliest teachings. Right. When you go to the beginning, like they don't want to go to the original text. They want to go to the original story of these stories that were translated for you, for the good slaves. They don't want the truth. They want to take what they gave them. They don't want to go to that and notice that the things that they want you to stay away from, they were talking about before that. It was a part of it. Okay. Christianity might have removed it as late as 525 AD. Likely the topic was removed to hide the fact people will not take action on something they do not believe exists. The Eastern religions still keep the concept of reincarnation, but it is also nowhere like its original presentation. Buddhists claim the world is suffering and reincarnation is the wheel of samsara, and one needs to follow the Buddha's teachings to exit the cycle. Both these teachings tend to mostly, and that's a lie too, because what's going to happen is whatever God you believe in, the Matrix is going to put that before you. And saying, oh, you're such a good boy, all this stuff. Now, go into the light, and now you're in heaven. And the next thing you know, you go into the light, and now you're a baby again. Oh, my God. Okay. Some might say reincarnation is a false concept. Possibly, if you are on that side of discussion, I ask you to take some time with this to consider if the thesis of this book is true. How much would that change what you have believed? Or it could be that it is a good way to keep the reincarnation trap going by denying its existence. Yeah. It's a good way to keep the trap going by denying its existence. And that could be why this stuff changed. All of a sudden, they're like, they burn all this text, they re-engineered scripture, they took different concepts out. Maybe that's when this place changed. Maybe that's when new programming got put on. You know what I mean? Maybe it wasn't always this way. That's the big point. Okay, I don't care about their opinion. I kept wondering why some people, especially young people, seem to have vivid and complete memories of very recent life in the past. Too much tested evidence is available of people who have access to information about the life of a long dead person that they have no other way of having unless they were that person. The question has to be, is reincarnation here for our benefit as a type of school evolution or karmic experience, as religions and the New Age wants us to believe, or part of the trap of the soul as a group of researchers is now presenting? Let's keep... It didn't take me long to realize that it's not a school, or you would remember your previous incarnations and lessons learned. One key facet that most near-death experiences reveal is that the return to Earth in a human body includes the above-mentioned memory wipe, where everything from that previous life is forgotten This alone clearly indicates that this is not a place of learning and growth. If you touch stinging nettle without gloves, your hand gets stung and it hurts. You remember that. And from then on, if you want to pick up the nettle, you wear gloves. That is learning. Remembering is a key step in the process. But if on each incarnation you have to go back to touching the nettle to find out it stings, that is not learning or growth, but insanity. That is our reality. Deep. Now, having an open mind and not just running with this 100%, there could be more going on spiritually that we are aware of, but we're not aware of in the avatar. And, you know, I get all that too. My mind's open to this, but I'm definitely leaning towards, you guys know where I'm standing on this. I'm being honest. At least we go to a normal school. We remember what we learned the previous year. We don't go into grade 5 and forget everything from grades 1 through 4. Yet in reincarnation style, we seem to subject to nothing gets carried over. The memory wipe will happen again, and we all will be forgotten. This leads to life as a human on earth being a deception, where we might even be tricked into singing types of soul contracts to indicate what is going to happen to us. Generally, forms of suffering, pain and suffering are the most constant elements of this realm for all creatures. In between moments of non-suffering that may act like places to recharge our energy battery. Where we might be tricked into signing types of soul contracts. People, I never thought of this one. People, think about this. When you deal with these beings in the gods and the family members type thing going into the light, like, oh, you want to go back, right? Look what you did. You know what I mean? You were so horrible. But you need to go back type thing. And they're all trying to hurry you up to keep coming back to the matrix. Well, in past life regressions, like I said, when you go to, they go deep in their inner life and they say, okay, go back before you entered that body, go to that where you're planning your life. So they go to the point where they're planning their life and they see like, oh, where they're literally planning their life. Now, if this is deception as you're in the light gate guards, then it's possible that the ones that are planning your life are the same deception motherfuckers, people. And so they trick us. They know our soul's journey. They know some of us, like in this life now, on our next life, if we end up doing it again and we're like super awake, they're going to make sure that they put certain souls in certain avatars with certain conditions and circumstances to make sure it's harder for them to wake up. And then they think that they tricked us. But in reality, what I adopted is we trick them, my friends. All right. So pain and suffering are not constant elements of this realm. Are constant, yeah. Each time a Westworld robot has died, it is taken a mission control for a cleanup. This includes a memory wipe so that the last incarnation is for... I need to watch this Westworld. I've never watched it. What? Okay. It seems that whatever body we get from reincarnation is random. The body chosen is not really indicative of how we lived previously, nor is it tied to any moral judgments based upon us. That means what we do here, be real, nice, or bad, is going to make any difference if we get sucked back into the matrix and into a new body, or even the same body over and blah, blah, blah. That means reincarnation is occurring and we get tricked into continuing the cycle. In a sense, we wind up agreeing, but we are not coming back. Hold on. to learn anything or grow just to be recycled for another round of being used for our energy harvested. How you live really makes no difference. I wouldn't say all that, but besides, if someone had had 1,000 lifetimes, surely must have learned something by now, given that most of those lives would have been fraught with intense suffering. Does someone really need 997 lives out of 1,000 full of pain to learn? I don't know about you, but I've learned better in school from teachers who were kind, took time with me, and encouraged me to be creative, not someone who whacked me over the head with a stick constantly. Planet Earth is stick whacking land. Given the way 2020 through 2022 has played out, more and more people are coming to that realization. Okay, we're going to keep going here. This is actually, I was getting a bad vibe in the beginning, but this is actually a really good article. And again, even if this is all truth and we're waking up to this, not everyone needs to have this mind state. We need to have balance with it. We have some people that really can't adopt this mind state. It's just how their walk here. You know what I mean? So I understand some people are turned off by this, but hey, the truth is disgusting. This trap seems to be sprung just after death in this very confused state. Okay, check this out. I'm glad it's saying this. Listen up, guys. Now, this is what I was talking about earlier. This trap seems... Give me 20 seconds, people. 20 seconds. 1 second. Okay. Oh, are we... I'm telling you, people. This is deep stuff, man. It's like, what else... I'm not saying nothing else matters, but what other topic should we be talking about besides the I am and this type of stuff? There's nothing else. I mean, to me, this trap seems to be sprung just after death. In this very confused state, the soul is even more vulnerable. Few have taken time in their waking life to learn lucid dreaming or to astral travel, how to keep their awareness beyond their physical body. And so, when and after death realm, the average person will get sucked into the experience similar to when having a dream, where we get swept along. Go with the flow. Don't go with the flow anymore, people. No matter how strange it is, the trap is already being set up with the lack of awareness in our dreams. Carlos Castaneda placed much work on being aware in our dreams as a key part of the overall work. I am again starting to see more why that is. Interesting. And it's a very important thing to do this. At the end of the day, you know, I know it's really hard with technology, YouTube, and everyone's going live, everyone's doing this stuff, and you want to catch up, a lot of things going on, and I get it. I totally understand. But at the end of the day, turn everything off, take the earbuds out, put the phone away, and just sit in your thoughts and try to organize them and get to that nothingness. You need to practice that. Astral trap, I'm telling you, the moment I actually did that, which I've never really done like that, the moment I did that, people, I literally astral projected and like came out of the house and started flying. I'm not even joking, people. It's some real shit. So I do it every night. And so people, awareness is one thing. Now, actually fighting this battle of this is a whole nother thing, people. Awareness isn't the key. That's the first thing. This is the first step. Just like being a drug addict. It's like, okay, you got to admit you have a problem. And then now you have to go through the trials to, you know, just like any problem. Admitting it's first. Awareness is first. Now there's much more we got to do, people. We need to be aware of that too. So it's like, okay, I know what it is now, so I'm good. No, people. There's much more to this. A high number of near-death experiences have what is called a life review. It tends to present our previous life in a way that mostly shows how bad or selfish we have been. Some entities have dealt with councils that argue their fate, even contracts that the soul is pressured to sign. Then the white light appears. Check this out, people. We're going to go to a video. We're going to come right back to... Oh, we didn't even get to this. We're going to take a break from that, just from reading. I want to get to a couple things because that reminded me of something. Just let's get back to her because we didn't get to what she was saying. And we're going to come back to that article. I just want to take a quick break from reading. But big shout out. I'm gonna be listening. I'm gonna walk away for another 2 minutes and we're gonna see what she's about. And I'm gonna show you a video pertaining to what we just read. That's on my channel. 1 second.
Well, it's when we forget everything at birth. And it's not like a mind wipe because we still essentially remember all our spiritual wisdom and spiritual truths. It's more like a block that's put on so that we don't remember the true nature of reality. We do to some extent, and I'll get into that. So we don't remember the true nature of reality, the unlimited potential that each of us have, the spiritual nature of self and that everything is energy, our spiritual abilities, the practices, ancient practices and sacred signs and symbols and all kinds of things, a whole myriad of things you learn upon awakening or you remember upon awakening. All those things are kind of blocked from our memory. Now, why would that be? Well, imagine a baby born with full recollection of, for example, previous lifetimes. They might be a little bit confused. They might wonder where their previous family has gone, or they might hold a grudge against someone and sort of go out and try and hunt them down. They might even remember their previous passing, and you know, if it was especially traumatic, they might be reliving that in younger years and just be traumatized straight off in this new lifetime. That would be awful. Also, if you're born with full remembering of, say, your spiritual abilities, your psychic abilities, perhaps the ability to manifest your reality at will, just manifest anything right there and then. Now we're working towards that after the veil of forgetting, but imagine if you could remember that straight away as a toddler, just make anything appear right in front of you. In addition, the ability to move objects with your mind, psychokinesis or telekinesis, that would rather scare the parents, wouldn't it? And then
I don't know about her, but I'm definitely realizing a lot of this so-called, I guess they call it new age. Let's call it new age because it is some new shit, new matrix programming agents. That's what I see a lot of. I don't know about her, but I see a lot of them definitely.
The kid would be taken away for testing and all of that stuff. So it would greatly affect your human lifetime if you had full.
And remember, most of them that are agents, the vast majority don't know that they are. Let's bear that in mind.
Recollection of the secrets of the universe and nature of reality, because our human lifetime is meant to sort of, well, be a human experience, and it wouldn't be a human experience if some of us were born with abilities and recollection far outside of that human frame of reference. It would spoil the human experience and how it's supposed to be. We incarnate here for a reason, for a human experience, to learn and experience what that is like. So we have this memory block put on us at birth. That's part of the deal. So how to pierce the veil of forgetting, how to remember stuff. Well, you may be remembering a lot already. number one is your intuitive knowing. It's that sense of just knowing a truth or that something is a certain way. Now, I know that as a kid, it must be about the age.
Okay, we're gonna watch a minute. I'm gonna queue up another video here pertaining to what we just read. So we're gonna keep playing this for a minute. We're gonna get away from it. We get what she's saying.
Age of maybe 6 or 7, I just had this, well, overwhelming feeling that this is not all that there is. There's more behind this reality. That this is not reality. This is not the true world. It's not the real world. This is just an experience. And I wondered why other people didn't think the same things, and was rather perplexed as to why no one else would ask the same questions as I was. I knew that death was a lie, and that life goes on, and that spirit were around us, because I was probably sensing them. So I had all this intuitive knowing that things aren't what people are saying. It's not what I've been led to believe. It's not what I've been taught. Something's different, which made me feel a little bit.
Spiritual awakening. I'll post a link if anybody wants it, but I'll put a link in there because I am showing her content. But so moving on, let's check out another minute.
Weird, actually. So that may have been my intuitive remembering. That may have been me piercing the veil of forgetting, and just a little bit of that wisdom, knowledge and remembering seeping through, travelling up through my subconscious mind and becoming conscious as I looked around and thought, this isn't it. This isn't all that there is, and I'm more than this human being that I'm seeing in the mirror. So number one is your intuitive knowing that things are perhaps a different way to what you're told, and that there are other secrets and hidden knowledge that you're not educated about, that you're not told about, and that can lead you to a spiritual awakening and going on the path.
Okay, I can't take another minute, guys. Sorry. So if you go to my uploads, it was about a year ago. Wait. No, that wasn't it. Let me go up here. It's up here. Oh yeah, it's up here. I thought I had it. Let me scroll. This is important, people. There it is. So it was a year ago. It's called I Don't Want to Go Back, or it's called The Reincarnation Machine. I Don't Want to Go Back. Now, we played this in the beginning of the first Soul Trap Matrix stream. I opened with this video. Now it's only 7 minutes. Check out this past life regression, people. All right. Watch closely. Because when we were reading this, where were we at? Let's get back to this article. We're going to come right back to that. It tends to present a person on life that mostly shows how bad or selfish we are. Some entities have dealt with councils that argue their fate even. Okay. So yeah, let's get here. Check this out.
So now that we have no darkness to carry along in this lifetime, let's find out a little bit about why you came to this earth this time around. What was your purpose? I'd like for you to go now to the moment where you were planning this incarnation. I'm going to count from 5 back to 1. Touch your forehead and you will be in the planning stages with those planning your life. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Be there now. Look around you.
Notice how happy she was. Oh yeah, I'm about to go in and see what's going on, my past life, and look at her demeanor change once she got there. People, pay attention.
Touch your forehead and you will be in the planning stages with those planning your life. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Be there now. Look around you. Describe to me where you are.
I don't like it.
Mm-hmm.
There's a huge fence.
There's a huge fence. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's inside. It's okay.
Mm-hmm.
It's bright. There is light, and it looks like I'm just looking toward the gate.
Mm-hmm.
Very high gates. I don't like to be there.
Mm-hmm. Tell me what this place is. Why are you here today?
It feels to be the first incarnation place or machine or something.
Mm-hmm. The forced incarnation machine. Mm-hmm.
I don't want to go back. Why they keep sending me back?
Mm-hmm.
It feels to be the first incarnation place or machine or something.
Mm-hmm. The forced incarnation machine. Mm-hmm.
I don't want to go back. Why they keep sending me back?
Mm-hmm. Take me with you and tell me what happened.
I don't want to go back. I don't even want to go to the meeting.
Mm-hmm. Tell me where this meeting is.
Somewhere in the center, like a dome, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I said I'm not going to the meeting enough.
Mm-hmm. Why is it that you need to go to the meeting? What is your role in this place? What do you do there?
They would tell me what to do for the next life. And I don't agree. I think it's useless. I'm not under a mistake. I'm not supposed to be there. It's like a prison and I don't want to be there. I'm not supposed to be there.
How did you get to this place where the dome is? Do you live here?
No. Trapped somewhere. They got me somewhere and they brought me there.
All right.
Where they got me, it was somewhere in the universe.
Who took you to this place? Let's go back and find out where you were and who trapped you.
No. I don't know because they make me forget.
They make you forget. Well, we're...
They make you forget, huh? Interesting.
Were and who trapped you.
No. I don't know because they make me forget.
They make you forget. Well, we're going to now go to the point before you forget. I'm going to count from 3 to 1, and you're going to go back before you were at this place. 3, 2, and 1. Be there now. Be where you were before they took you. Where are you?
The void?
I'll point something out with this. When she's talking about where she was, where they took her, now she seems a little confused and she's trying to describe it and use these words, but we can't take it as, you know what I mean? We got to remember there are states of confusion in these different areas and times and whatever places. So she seems to be confused on how to describe it. I just want to point that out. Let's continue this stuff.
The void?
In the void.
But how can they access the void?
Let's find out.
They're not supposed to be there.
All right, let's find out what you're doing in the void and how you're feeling in that void.
I do not feel anything, just be.
Just
so
be.
natural.
All right, very good. So as you're in that void, I want you to do frame by frame. Catch it between frames and see how they get through to the void.
I don't know, but I know that I was wondering.
Mm-hmm.
In the void, so maybe my wonder opened a little opening for them.
I'll take a look and see. You have the power. You understand how this works. How did you allow them to come in through the void? Watch it in slow motion. What happened?
I think I was wondering how Gaia Sophia is doing.
And with that
Sophia,
thought,
yeah, that's what opened.
all right. So
So I connected. Okay, I wasn't supposed to do that in the void.
You were supposed to do what in the void?
I wasn't supposed to
be creating, manifesting.
I didn't know that I am creating or manifesting, but I know I wasn't supposed to be wondering.
So now, who came? Who came through that void?
Colors, they were like more brown, and then different shades of brown until it gets dark black. So I think what I saw first, it was kind of a beige brown, and I was going, and it's getting darker and darker. And by the time I realized it's black, it was too late.
You were already within it?
Yeah.
You were captured within that darkness?
Yes.
And where did they take you next? Allow yourself to see the journey. Where did you go?
Yeah, he said, I got you back. You cannot go anywhere.
Was this the same one?
Yes. He's a family member.
Okay.
But it's okay now. I don't have any bad feeling. It's okay. He was just playing his role. His role was to be dark. And I don't know if I choose or it looks like I didn't choose. I was tricked since the beginning.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I got it. I didn't choose to help. Oh, so who was convincing me that I did? No, the truth is I did never choose to be part of the darkness. I was tricked.
Ooh, it still gives me chills. So anyways, this video is on my channel, people. I posted this. I want to point some other things out with this. December 19th of 2022. It's a 7-minute video called The Forced Reincarnation Machine. You can't miss it. So let's get back to where we were reading. So I'm glad I thought of that video and I got to share that. Not all the experiences are like that, but there are quite a few that pertain to that type of experience. It seems like everyone has a tailor-made type of process experience based on their soul's data. You know what I mean? And she really went deep and saw things for what it was, I think. So there you go. I mean, okay. Then the white light appears, often with a loving figure as a guide, and a person enters. So when she says her family member in that video, you know what I mean? Now we see our family members in the indie, all these other experiences, and we know it's not really them. You know what I mean? So even what she was talking about, same thing. Somehow that movement towards the light seals our fate. We are back in the cycle. We may not reincarnate immediately, some suggest. It could be 30 Earth years of waiting. and not necessarily in heavenly surroundings. 16 and so, and if not the white light, where should we go? We will come back to that. Okay. What else do we got here? To know what to do in the afterlife realm, we have to get prepared while still in this one. Oh yeah, that's super powerful. Yeah, people. To know what to do in the afterlife realm, we have to get prepared while still in this one. This is the most powerful sentence of this entire thing. It is actually one of the most important practices while in a body, but it tends to be downplayed against more standard practices of meditation, yoga, and mindfulness. People, I'm telling you. Okay. Once a person finally sees that this is not a world set out to help us or grant us our wishes, but is a harvesting farm of our energy, we can make a shift. We can stop focusing. We stop focusing on how to become important and use our time to prepare for the moment where escape is possible. Yeah, people, get your fucking armor on now. I'm telling you, we're gonna be doing some Mission Impossible James Bond shit. Do you remember hold on. This is what you're gonna be doing. Let's see if I could pull up this video here. It's just gonna be a second. Yeah. Well, anyways, you remember when Trinity was running from the agents in the beginning, and she started running over the building and like did that thing where she went like head first like that through the window, like became hella small, and then the agent had to stop, like, I can't do that shit or whatever. That's the type of shit we're gonna have to be doing to really exit the system. You know what I mean? You have to take how you live to heart and have no regrets in this life, because regret can be a tool to trick you into returning. Exactly. This is not about becoming perfect or a saint, but to use this life to get everything figured out and get past the demiurge, because if you don't, you will be right back here after a Westworld memory wipe. No matter how much you moved along in this last life, you are back to square one in a new one. Ignorant of everything once again, all the exalted knowledge we have come to believe in only has value in the moment. Generally, when Plato's cave is mentioned in books or symbolized in movies, the focus is on how to improve your experience of the illusionary cave. Okay, how to make your prison life more enjoyable while learning to function differently in the dream world may have some value. As long as you are in this material realm or the astral or super angelic or even the void, then you are still in Plato's cave. When the analysis of Plato's cave fails to present is how to leave the cave and escape this recycling slaughterhouse completely. I know it's some rough language, people, but yeah. Oh man, looks like we really got to keep going on this topic. It seems that you can never truly exit the cave while still in a material body or even an astral body. And how do you exit a realm that is set up to ensure almost no one leaves? As the song Hotel California, which is all about the reincarnation trap, says, you can check out anytime you like, but you can never leave. Ooh. Hotel California, you can check out anytime, but you can never leave. Ooh. Many other teachers I looked up to my whole life, I realized not only quite recently would never made it out of the cave. For all their supposed knowledge, healing abilities, and connection to oneness, they would not have seen through the tricks and deceptions of this realm. They would have gotten recycled back in here. The supposed great escape leaders never really knew how to escape. That can be a shocking realization for those who have held their teachers to unquestioning heights. Whoa, this is powerful, people. If we take the metaphor of the demiurge creator of this realm, can be likened to a giant supercomputer run by AI intelligence, then we might see ourselves as individual PCs. We are connected to this supercomputer, and not only can we download from it, but it can download into us, just as we have no idea what the internet and cookies are placing on our own home PCs. We have no idea how often Demiurge Systems is putting manipulation cookies into us. There you go, people. Keeping with that metaphor, there's no sense altering our PC or getting a new PC. Right. We have to use what we currently have to learn how to navigate the life after death, navigate the after death realm, which is to navigate the inside of a supercomputer. The good news is that we also have to have a spark of something within that is not part of the AI system. We might call this the soul, but what is a soul? And if trapped, how did it get trapped? I will go through the soul later in this book. Very interesting. Let's see how much more we got of this. Whoa. I might just stay and get to the end of this. If we go looking for answers as to how to exit, we will find that there are few groups and individuals who might be living their lives in a way to achieve this. People, we need to start a revolution. Oh my God. How do we do this? We need to, you know what? I'm going to keep some ideas to myself for now on this. We are not the first humans to be studying this reality and looking for these answers. The Gnostics are such a group I will be examining in book 2, another group where the Cathars. Why is the study of a group of people genocided in the 13th century important? The Cathars held as their main belief that this world was created by an evil god, Rex Mundi, who kept them in a reincarnation cycle, and their only focus in this life was to escape it. The Cathars were not concerned with making this place better, finding new forms of government or commerce or anything else. Their focus was to escape the evil realm of Rex Mundi forever and return home to the Father. People. There was something I was going to say with this. The Cathars were not concerned with making this place better, finding new forms of government or commerce or anything else. The Cathars held at their main belief that this world was created by an evil god, Rex Mundi, who kept them in a reincarnation cycle only to focus on this life was to escape it. This is very interesting. I've heard of the Cathars, but Rex Mundi, hold on a second. Yeah, it's another thing. Rex Mundi is another thing that it gets drowned out by video game stuff and stuff like that. Look at this is what you get when you search Rex Mundi. Latin word for king of the world. People, listen. Latin word for king of the world. The kings of the material world, my friends. The landlords. That's what these religions are full of. You're worshiping the matrix landlords, my friends. Oh my gosh. We've been trying to wake them up, guys. But what can we do now? We just got to get ourselves out, you know? If they want to keep it up, go ahead. So getting back to this, people have been practicing all sorts of spiritual exercises for a long time, raising their vibrational frequency, turning their chakras, reciting their mantras, doing their yoga stretches, being vegetarian, closing their eyes to meditate for an hour. And where has it gotten anyone? Is the world a better place than it was 50 years ago? Actually, it's easy to argue that it's gotten much worse and continues to do so. How about people themselves? Has anyone doing all this work really gone through the inner transformation? That's what I'm saying, people. They might feel better, but once you take down the base veneer of deception that has covered it over, what is left of value? Can they actually alter and control reality that they think that they can? Or are they still at the mercy of forces to which they have to keep praying? Ooh. Are they any more ready to die and know what they have to do in order to navigate the afterlife realm? Or have they traded possible truth to be in a pretend state of love, light, and feeling better? What has value and what is just games played within games? Now, I wouldn't go I'll get into something in a second. While this book has a focus on understanding what the after-death transition has in store for us, it is not going to suggest to ignore the material world. I won't say to stop eating or having sex or working to improve your situation in this reality, nor label what is called spiritual, religious, or shamanic practices as bad. We are having an experience in a material body, whether we were tricked here or not, and this body experience cannot be ignored. There's nothing wrong with learning how to better function here. I am glad to know what herbs and acupuncture points to use when I don't feel well. Shamans from native cultures can... speaking of shamans, people, when I was 20, around that age, it was around 1999, or I don't remember how. I know I was between 19 and 21. My sister took a class, some about shamans stuff, and she did a shaman journey where they play these shaman drums. They play these shaman drums. Listen to this, people. We'll get back to this in a second. They play these shaman drums. I've never told this on YouTube. I don't think so. They play these shaman ceremony drums, and it puts you in like a trance state, and you go meet your like spirit guides or whatever, like your animal, whatever that is, your animal, whatever. So she told me about the experience and how she like went to this realm and stuff like that, and it blew me away that she told me this worked for her. So she gave me, or my mom bought me the little book with the tape, and this was like 1999. So anyways, I read the thing about the journey. It's important to understand how it works and how to get back into your body and stuff like that, how to get back. Anyways, so I read the book, I put the tape in. I was by myself in the house. I was like, this is the perfect time. I know no one's going to be home for 2 hours, and I can do this. So I turned it on, and the beat started going, and this is what happened. This is crazy. I started to like go down a tunnel, and it was like all my senses were active. Like I was going down a tunnel. I felt light as a feather. And as I was coming out of the tunnel, usually like you're in nature or something, and there's like an animal waiting for you or whatever. As I come out of the tunnel, at that exact moment, a friend I haven't seen in like 10 years knocked on the door and started ringing the doorbell. At that exact moment, people, one of my old friends came to the house. It was just, there's been quite a few experiences like that where I'm like in this deep spiritual state I've never been in. In the exact moment it's about to like, climax or whatever, this spiritual moment, somebody comes along out of the blue. It's like the Matrix system. Anyways, I just thought of that. Let's continue this. Okay. So there's nothing wrong with blah, blah, blah. Shamans from native cultures can perform amazing healings. But can a video game character really change the video? Ooh, this is a... The problem is that people place all their attention on the material world, on how to control it, profit from it, or fix it. But can a video game character really change the video game? Even the path to exit Plato's cave cannot be an ungrounded one. We cannot just fly away like Peter Pan and ignore the world. There must be a balanced approach. I'm going to agree with that. Amun-Ra, a true god behind it all, a binary AI program of galactic proportions. The king priest is the overlay of the false masculine godhead to dominate and control the divine feminine principle. Whoa, what is... Control on a global scale is nothing more than a systematized program of numerology, geometry, and astrology, and many more mathematically based systems that have been presented to the world as mystical and sacred and divine, when they in fact are nothing more than the underlying systems of control of our consciousness and this world. Insisting on the belief systems thusly presented over millennia as sacred or divine is just one more methodology of control. These systems are very much wired into the system of legal and monetary bondage. Kenneth Scott 21. Okay, so we're going to finish this out, guys. So I don't know who this Kenneth Scott thing is. So we're almost done with it. Another thing that should become obvious is if you look at this reality, honestly, is how easily we all get fooled once you realize that all of the major organizations, either government, media, or advertising, are run by people trained in how to fool and manipulate. It makes sense what our realm has become. Following the Hermetic principle as above, so below, it is any surprise that the after-death astral realm would be one of pure Whoa. That's what I've been saying. Whoa, that's powerful. We can see this world. The Hermetic principle is as above, so below. And we see what's going on down here. That's my biggest point. As above, so below. The Hermetic principle, as what's going on down here, is probably going on up there. Deception, lies, deceit, matrix programming, looping cycles. Whoa. If you're not certain just how fooled people are in this realm, consider this little story from Sherwood Schwartz. In the 1960s, Schwartz was one of TV's top producers with a string of hit shows such as Gilligan's Island, the tale of the 7 stranded castaways on a deserted island in the Pacific who can never manage to leave the island. One day, the U.S. Coast Guard, carrying stacks of telegrams, came to pay him a visit. They told Schwartz that the messages were sent to the U.S. Naval and Coast Guard stations from coast to coast. Schwartz started to read them and was shocked. They were all of similar theme. Dear U.S. Navy, you spend millions to send aircraft carriers all over the Pacific, but you can't spare just one ship to go and get those 7 stranded Americans off that island. They are lost and close to starving to death. Please go and get them. This was not a letter from a lunatic or sent as a prank. There were thousands of these sent from normal Americans who thought the TV show Gilligan's Island was real. Whoa. They could not tell the difference between a TV show and a standard reality. If you think that was just the backward people of the 1960s, be reminded that the average person today has become a robot doing what a few people in suits on TV screen during a newscast tells them to do. So it goes, to paraphrase Kurt Vonnegut. Yeah, that's... The standard presentation is that this world was created by a loving God who cares about us. Oh, it's so sweet and cuddly, right? Does that really match your experience of the world and the experiences of those you see around you? How could a loving deity not step in and help? but let all the massive suffering on earth continue, perhaps because the Creator, whoever it is, wants the suffering. That is why they are not stepping in. The entire God loves us, me is a big lie that all religions and New Age are trapped under. They find ways to turn the torture of this world into a wonderful message and learning from the light. Ooh. Oh man, I'd really try my best to stay neutral. Do you really think God wants an 8-year-old kid to get beat up, a girl to get, you know what, or a dog tortured by its owner? Careful examination would reveal that the demiurge Satan wants that, right? Satan, the light bearer, right? Okay, where are we at here? Let's finish this out. How much more do we got? Oh shit. It's worth, even though I'm not really pressed for time, but I want to finish this. The good idea that God loves us is a key foundation pillar upon which this entire matrix is built. Let's go to the chat for a second. What's up, Mary? Shout out to everyone. I'm glad I came and did this. The first time I heard the cup of forgetfulness, like a big bell in my mind went off, and it just constantly in my mind, cup of forgetfulness, cup of forgetfulness. And it got to a point this morning, where it's like, okay, I need to go on this rabbit hole, And I'm glad I did, and I'm glad I came back and was doing this today. I think it's very important. So much love. I want to finish this out. I see you guys. I'm going to go back into the chat once I finish this. Okay. The idea that God loves us is a key foundation pillar upon which this entire matrix is built. It is such a strong foundation that many people will even get angry and violent if you suggest otherwise, because if this relief were found to be false, every other connection to this reality would also have to be questioned. Thus, the God loves me belief is one of the hardest nuts to crack. As such, this book is going to be radical to the extreme and heretic to its core. Nothing is sacred or off limits for examination, because if everything has been told is a lie, then we have no foundation. That's why I adopted the truth of the only thing that's the truth that I really know is that I exist and I am. Anything else, I don't know. If this person existed 2,000 years ago, or he even cared about me, if this prophet really gave a fuck about me, wanting me to get a message from this matrix God, I don't know. If you want to take this stuff, go right ahead. But all I know is that I exist and I am. What other truth do I need? Because again, all these other lies we've been told if all this stuff is lies, people, then we have no foundation to stand on except you, yourself. That's it. Not a book, not a book printed, not the most, sorry guys, I'm going to be real, not the most printed book in history that they promote. I mean, sorry, but it can't have any foundation whatsoever. I'm sorry. It can't. You can take little pebbles of truth and pebbles of love and ways of living, but that's about it. That's as far as it goes, people. For me personally, you make your own decision. This is a suffering pit of hell. See, I wouldn't go that far, but some of these things, it's a little, I get it, but some of these type things, we got to be careful because people will get turned off and they'll run away, But then again, the truth hurts, But I would be careful with some rhetoric. I've learned to navigate in a certain way. Even a few that do not seem like they are suffering, if you can get them to speak honestly, you will hear how they are torn with guilt and shame and that they will never show outwardly. Everyone else is dealing with suffering and pain on far higher levels than that. Okay. Many will try to justify it. Oh, God wants our pain so we can learn or teach me or learn about love or start a new life direction. No, let's be honest. This is a Whoa. This is a suffering pit of hell. It has always been a suffering pit of hell and always will be. If you don't get that, you pretty much have been misled by about the only thing that you really need to learn here. Wow. You could also claim that our reality is insane. If we are looking at things honestly, in the year 2022, it does not take long to make that conclusion. Yet this world has always been insane as long as we have been here, just to varying degrees. The hope has been that there was a time in the past where things were much different, but that may be wishful thinking. When you understand fully what this reality is and how it was created, this insane world will start to make sense. It can never be truly sane, but you can. Nothing happens, nobody comes, nobody goes. It's awful. Here we go. We're definitely finishing this out, guys. We're definitely completing this. Many are waiting for their Savior to appear. For some, it's a religious figure like Jesus, Buddha, or Krishna. Millions are waiting for Donald Trump to save them. For others, it's a shift to a higher dimension that will save them. While some believe that we are in a low phase called Kali Yuga, and soon this entire world will be a better place. Yep. Even some of this history stuff, how can we trust it? How do we know that they didn't rewrite the history, create the new setting and the new copy? Let's call it, instead of calling it a simulation, let's call it a copy. When they have the new copy, and then they have the setting there, you know what I mean? And they could put the history in a certain way and have a setting with all the evidence of it being old, but it's just a setting that was put there. We don't know. So we can't trust anything. Okay, the Kali Yuga through, you have no want to wonder what is the point of all of this if the cycle will return to suffering at the next Kali Yuga in 26,000 years anyway. What type of thinking is just a I want to feel good now type of thinking? But cycles should not be completely ignored, especially on the small scale. It will be helpful to know what the signs indicate is likely afoot in the upcoming weeks or months in order to properly prepare. I agree with that. The sooner you can know a hurricane is approaching to the coast, the more you have time to respond. But when it comes to the bigger cycles, there's no point waiting for something 10,000 years in the future if your plan is not to be here for it, right? In the play of the two main characters are on the stage waiting for Godot. And at the end of the play, they still are waiting. They kept saying, he promised to show up. And so they keep waiting. Then in the same trick being played on everyone about the saviors, the play indicates that a savior will be coming sometime in the future, but never now. Everyone will just remain waiting, hoping, and praying. People. They kept saying, he promised to show up, and so they keep waiting. This is the same trick being played on everyone about the saviors. The play indicates that a savior will be coming sometime in the future, but never now. That is one of the most powerful things I've ever heard. The savior will be coming sometime in the future, but never now, people. And that's what I was pointing out in 2020. And everyone's like, oh, you know who's coming back. We're all going to be saved. I remember this because I was surrounded by a lot of religious people then too. And they're like, oh no, Jesus is coming. Don't worry. You know, everything's fine. And I was kind of freaking out in the beginning. And then I got to the point I was like, you know what? I remember looking at the pictures from the 1900s and everyone was in masks and it was just like repeating history, you know what I mean, from 100 years ago with the cycle. And I was like, look at all these atrocities throughout history that we have access to, kind of seeing images or knowing the history. All of these people were saying the same thing to people like me. They're saying, don't worry, he's coming back, he's going to save us, everything's fine. And now fast forward hundreds of years later, you guys are saying the same fucking thing. And you were probably the same people saying it back then, being recycled over and over again, falling in the same matrix programming. But he'll be coming sometime, but never, ever now. That's so powerful. Prayer is one area I've been digging into for a while. Is praying just making us pray? Where is our energy and focus going with this practice? It seems prayer is just putting our own authority on some outside force, hoping it will, like us, grant us something. So we keep trying to please the puppeteer. Take your power back, people. Dig into the I am you, your powers, how amazing you are. You don't need anything in between that. You just need you and you know what I mean? That's it. Me, myself, and I. Collectively, that's something powerful too. But if you're, man, I'm telling you, people, and you know what? This system will grant things for you, and it will do this and that to keep you giving it energy. It'll give you your little goodies. Trust me. And you'll get little cookies like, look at what the Matrix did for me. It gave me a new job. I asked for it. I did this and that. It's so loving and perfect. And soon it's going to come and do and sweep, I'm going to whatever. People, this is so deep. And if our prayer doesn't happen, we will just say, it's God's will. What if it's God's will? Why pray in the first place? More to the fact, how do we know who we are praying to? What we are praying to? This is one of the crucial pieces of information that almost no one contemplates. Are they angels, spirit guides, loving dead people, happy aliens, God, Jesus, Astar Command, or the communications are nasty, parasitic entities who are the masters of disguise and deception? You say you spoke to an angel or some religious figure, but how do you really know? When you pray, do you know where your intent and energy is going? The more we put our energy on things outside of ourselves, the more those things can manipulate us and make our lives much, much worse. What is wrong with praying to yourself? To trust your own inner power, I will share ideas on some experiences around prayer in chapter 10. Very powerful. Very powerful. Very powerful. There you go, people. And that's why these certain words, like I'm telling you, the word God, even certain words, I get a bad vibe from. Like I feel the energy of the word. Like being an empath, and it's not just being sensitive to people and their energy, it's also to the words, the language, just different things, and people like feeling the true raw energy of something or somebody. You know what I mean? It's not 100%. We all have a different percentage of it. Some of us 0, some of us 5, some of us 80, 90. I think I'm about like 80. And the word God has that bad vibe. I feel the energy of it. It's not something we want to give energy to, because you're giving energy to the landlords, my friends, of this material world, not the true creator. A great shift will occur when you realize that you do not need a savior, nor do you need to pray to anything outside yourself. You, as in your soul, is the most powerful thing within this creation. That is why the system is set up to distract, confuse, and deceive it. Because if you turn all that energy that is always focused on something outside yourself and focus it within, there would be an explosion of power, the power that can be used to override all of the systems and tricks that have been keeping you here. When you learn the only savior you need is you, and the only prayer you ever need is to make it true and make it to your true self, to exit is closer. The exit is closer. We are in a spiritual war, and Plato's Cave is the battlefield. David Scott. Okay, we're almost done. If one is to exit the cave, one must really want to exit. That is the first problem. Few really want to leave. There may be a lot of things they don't like about the cave, but they still believe things can be different, better, or happier. Others are so convinced that after they die, they will be living, with Jesus or dead grandma, or there is no need to think anymore about reality or death. The soul gets a type of addiction with each reincarnation. It becomes to know only the material and forgets the spiritual, like a gambling addict who can only see the next bet, hoping their lucky number will pay out a big win. As you can see, most have already ended their path before they could even get started. If we are going to look into Plato's Cave, then the allegory itself is the first thing which must be examined. I found that it is not that useful of a story at all. It does little to explain our reality or situation. In fact, it is missing a majority of the most important elements. Let's examine the story with fresh eyes. What does the allegory of Plato's Cave really say? What, if anything, is of value? 23 is one. I guess that's the chapter of this book, I'm guessing, these numbers. It is one reason for the study of the Qigong in yoga. If you can turn all your attention inward, if the explosion of energy happens from regaining your power, you know how to handle it. Let's pull this up, this link here. No results found. Okay. That's a dead link. Oh, that was it. Let's drop a fucking bomb for this article. Wow. I'm so glad I found that. I'm going to put a link in the chat, guys. This is a very, very powerful article, everybody. I put it in both live chats. So let me reshare this. Let's make sure we got through everything. Okay. I'm really glad I decided to read. So I was turned off in the beginning. I was just going to skip it. Boy, am I glad I read this. Written by Harshita S. Big shout out to her. Jeez. And this was written recently because she was talking about 2022. Let's see here real quick. February 10th, 2023. So this was almost a year ago. Big shout out to her. Let's drop another one for her, please. So I got that saved. It's kind of like some of this other stuff. It's like whatever now. We don't need that. We don't need that. We don't need that. We get rid of the Bible verses. I'm just making sure I got through all these tabs here. Talked about that. We went over that video. Um, 15 powerful Bible verses about God's sovereignty. What the fuck is this shit? Let's see what this is about real quick. God's sovereignty. Whoa. For in him all things were created, things in heaven and on earth, visible and invisible, whether thrones or powers or rulers or authorities. All things have been created through him and for him. People, you're praying to the landlords. Oh my gosh, this is not the true creator God. And people come and defend this thing. People have left. I've lost a lot of friends and things like that. They thought I was great, but once I denied this Matrix God and I said, nope, I'm not with your program, but I love you. You're great. You know what I mean? I'm still the same guy, just not with, I'm not wearing a program from the Matrix system. And I bet you I would jump in front of you and take a bullet for you more than any of your little church circle buddies all fucking day long. That's a fucking guarantee. They're all gone. They're probably watching in silence right now. Or not. Completely left. And look where we are now with this information. Look where we're at. Fucking cracking the code of the Matrix to the truth. While your God is telling you what it's really about. And I can destroy scripture with scripture all fucking day. But I'm done with it. I want to move on. So I'm trying to find this article thing. Let's try this one. Where is it? Oh, yeah. N5D. That's right. One second. I want to find this. Anyways, people know that channel 5D or whatever. It's a YouTube channel. Tell the Lords of Karma you are sovereign. Well, this is long. There it is, right here. Here it is, people. Once I read this on YouTube, no more. No, this is when they really started fucking with my channel. I'm gonna post this in the chat. Stand in your power. I don't even know. Who cares? Who cares, you know? Stand in your power of your divine inner self sovereignty. Expand the light of your divine inner higher self form from your heart, surrounding your body in the heart sphere of sovereign energy. Anyways, if you scroll down on that article, you'll see things that they don't want you to be aware of. This is how you exit the system. Read this. Read it every day. Well, that's what we should be reading every day. We should be reading this, my friends, and reminders. Memorize this. It's so important. But even with this, there's much more we got to do here, people. We still have a lot of work to do. Maybe another time we'll read this. The Lords of Karma, the false light demiurge parasites known as the Lords of Karma, are perhaps the worst violators of free will that I have encountered, second only to the corrupt demiurge itself. They are the primary gatekeepers that will allow or deny beings access into and out of the demiurge system, and as such, they must be exposed. They are responsible for forcing beings to reincarnate over and over and over and over again in clear violation of universal law. And that's what I opened the stream with, is that the law might have been violated recently, or maybe 1,000 years ago, 100 years ago. But at some point, there's been some extras thrown on the system and stuff, and it became what it is. That's my thing. Maybe we weren't all tricked here. Maybe our free will, even as like gods of creators of realms and taking control, like if you get to a certain point, you start hiding knowledge and you start controlling, you get to a point where you start violating universal law. But when you violate that law, how does that get corrected? How does the creator or the creation deal with universal law being broken? It might take 100 years for that. Maybe it's still in the process of correcting the violation. Hence why in the last, like they were saying, in the last 6 years, this topic started blowing up again, you know? So maybe correcting this is a long process and we're all involved in it, or a lot of us are. So let's see what's going on in here. Oh, thank you. I'll check out the link. 1 second. Let me see what's up in here. Let's see here. 71 votes. Do you think the mind wipe is something that we aren't supposed to have every life on Earth? It's a 50-50. Interesting. 55% said yes. It was a little bit of a confusing question. Yeah. If you do show the exiting the Matrix best practices, they might erase your channel, right? What's up, Tony Drake? Big shout out, everybody. Someone posted a link here. I don't see it. If somebody wanted to share a link, can you repost it? I don't see it. It was Jeep Girl. Trickedbythelight.com. I think I've seen this site. Okay. I have seen this. I never got deep into it, but I did come across this, or someone. Okay, yeah, nice. This is a good one too. So I'm going to save this, and I think at this point, this topic has got to continue. So it's definitely not going to end here, you know? See what's going on here. Yeah, that Plato Caves, you know, I never really got into it. Cross, confused, cubed, and cucked out. No, thank you. Save those Bible fairy tales for someone else. I mean, I used to try to tiptoe around it and try to, you know what I mean? Because I knew there was a lot of people around and I really liked, you know? But at some point, I had to drop the bomb and again and just like go against this system and this religious systems. It's just, it's disgusting. So if anybody wanted to say something briefly or something, I'll definitely put the link out. but no, it's not a big deal or anything. And we'll be doing a part 2 of this for sure. Maybe we'll incorporate another topic like I did with the mind wipe. Maybe we'll go somewhere else with it a little bit and focus on that. When a being's physical life comes to an end, after hundreds, perhaps thousands of years, they return to Infinite Source for a rest, then decide if they want to do the next order to continue to learn to grow. Nowhere in this process, people controlling manipulative beings like that Lords of Karma present. Right, yeah. The turds of karma. I started calling them this after an encounter several months ago when I was removing deep layers of imposed agreements that they were trying to hold in place. At one point in the process, I forcefully told them, "You are the biggest pieces of shit that I've ever seen. I don't owe you anything. You owe me every single being that you have manipulated, a debt that you will never be able to repay." At this point, they left very quickly. Interesting. The primary tool of the talk used to manipulate a being into accepting nearly endless reincarnation is the false light review. When a person's body dies, they move out into the astral realms and begin to shed most of their previously held identity. In this process, were allowed to occur without interruption, the true light of that being would emerge from within them, and they would release their layer upon layer of limiting beliefs generated in that incarnation. Come on, people. There's got to be at least a few people that has, and I'm not saying me or anything, I'm not trying to take credit for anything. If you've woken up or you've shed some system of the Matrix, you get all the credit for that. You know what I mean? You did that. But there's got to be at least a few people out there that has woken up to and said, wow, now I see, you know? There's got to be some out there. Come on, you know what I mean? Make yourself known. Be like, yeah, you guys woke me up. I'm awake now. Come on. If this process were allowed to occur without interruption, the true light, blah, blah, blah. However, within the realms of the demiurgic control system, what happens is that the talk intercept that being just as their light is starting to emerge. Look at that. They interrupt the being just as their light is starting to emerge from within and surround them in a dazzling display of colorful external light. This is why most of the people with near-death experiences report going through a tunnel of light. The dazzling outer display distracts the being from the light emerging from within them and hypnotizes them through frequency entertainment and activation of any and all religious programming that being have been exposed to during incarnation. Whoa. We're going to read this too, people. I'm not going. Just give me a minute break, people. You know what? Here. Let's get back to this video for a minute. Because I don't want to leave with just like dead air. So. And there's a couple people here. Just give me a minute. Ladies, we're going to play this for no more than 2 minutes. And then I'm going to let you guys up. And then we're going to finish that article too. Because it's 10 o'clock. I still have a little bit of time. So bear with me for 1 minute.
Path of searching and seeking for answers. So number 2 on ways to pierce the veil of forgetting is to validate your intuitive rememberings through research and others' experiences and what they say. So we can look into these things and see what's been written about them. Look at YouTube videos, listen to podcasts, and listen to what other people are saying too. And we learn a lot. But some of it is validation of what we already suspected to be true. And I know that happened to me. during my awakening, I embarked on the path of searching and seeking for answers. And a lot of it, I was like, well, gosh, I already suspected that. I already thought that to be true. And it was incredible relief, and I felt a lot better because I realized I wasn't just a weirdo. I had been remembering stuff that other people have also remembered or found out from ancient spiritual wisdom. And it's out there, and it was a great validation for me. In addition, when we're researching and reading and learning, it can trigger other remembering as well. So we might come across a concept that triggers a whole string of knowledge, a whole avenue of remembering.
Oh my God, this deception on all levels. This is getting out of control, people. It's like it's like the awareness is growing at a rapid pace, people. And you see right through people. You see the layers of programming. That you can see the deception, and it's accelerating at a massive rate, people. I don't know, and I can tell with everyone else too. This is getting deep. Svetlana and Special K is
Oh,
here.
whoops, my bad, dude.
Oh, you're good. She jumped out, but Svetlana, go ahead. Much love. Good to see you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Yep. You're loud and clear.
Okay. Excellent show. I especially like that article you was reading about earlier.
Right.
The one that you posted about 10 minutes ago. That was just an excellent article. And I'm personally got to the same conclusions with this whole world is basically and it doesn't matter if you in your body or out of your body. So both worlds, the ones that we in and the one that you go after you die, is basically a lie. So when you realize that and you're able to let everything go, then you set yourself up free. It's like you literally have to let everything go when the time comes. And sadly, for me, that moment to trigger that stage when I was setting myself up free was very, very painful. I basically I had a goal of my life, and this goal was basically taken away in a moment. And I was like, what am I doing here? And I basically flew out of my body. And what stopped me, it's the thoughts. So in order to set yourself free, the main exercise we have to be doing is quiet down inner dialogue, because that inner dialogue, which is not me, that's what brought me back into this realm. Plus, when you're shooting down of your body, you cannot be focusing on anything, because when I was flying, it was no light, it was no tunnel. I was basically just, when the magnet unmagnetized, suddenly that's how it felt like. Like I was magnetized to the body, and at some point, when I basically decide I have nothing to do with this world, it actually let me go. And I start flying basically the top of the champagne when you open it up. It basically shoots you that fast. So first, I was in shock.
That's
and
amazing.
Second of all, this
That's amazing.
Inner dialogue, that's what brought me back in.
So what you're saying real quick, Svetlana,
What I'm doing
is that
right
you were
now, I basically
that going so fast like that, it kind of got you to a point of kind of confusion, right?
I was not confused. I was like, what's happening? I was basically surprised. But for the after I was brought back into my body, for the next 2 months, I basically was didn't have any health issues. I was basically completely elated, and I knew this whole world is basically a joke.
Wow. What an awakening. Thank you for
So the
Right.
only one exercise I'm basically doing right now, I'm trying to quiet down the inner dialogue as much as I can. So like
Do you
zero thoughts,
meditate?
basically.
Do you happen to meditate by chance?
No, I do not
Svetlana?
meditate. I'm just basically. I can't hear the question.
Sorry, I was
Sorry.
just
No,
I didn't mean to interrupt. I
so
was just
maybe
asking
maybe
if you
get a
meditate.
little deeper on that. Are you saying get to that point to where it's like no thoughts, like that kind of like nothing space where you don't have those thoughts or anything? Here's what you're talking about, right? That's still everything.
Stillness.
You got to practice that, is what she's saying, right?
Right. I was wondering how you get to that place.
She has a little bit of a delay. Let's see if she'll get it.
Because if you see like language itself, basically that's a creation of AI. It's like when you're in state of, for example, you're taking certain drugs like DMT or LSD, you're actually capable to speak to animals telepathically,
Yep.
capable to speak to people telepathically. So language itself, it's basically a language of the matrix. So, and your inner voice speaking language you were learning. So basically that's the intrusion, and that's the foreign thing to you. And by training yourself not to having that would help you a lot. Plus, I also think when enough of us, if I was able to escape halfway, that means someone already escaped too. When enough of us escaped, this place is gonna fall apart. It's already falling apart. That's why we're seeing severe Mandela effect. That's why we're seeing what's happening. And that's why elites are panicking. You know?
I
When
love
enough
that
of
you
us will escape, this place has no chance to survive.
I appreciate you explaining that, because I agree with the even like microdosing or just opening your third your pineal gland puts you in like a whole different life, puts you more with like one with nature, and just being more in tune with like the earth and grounding, not necessarily having to eat.
Well, that's the thing. Earth itself is the matrix.
Yes.
So you cannot ground yourself on put your thoughts into this place at all, because this whole place is the matrix, is the AI itself. So you
I
basically
feel
have to
like you
have to
I
let
feel
everything
like-
go. Only valuable things here is basically like if you look in the eyes of the animals, you see the soul, right? So
Right.
that's the real thing. You look at the
Okay,
tree,
but what-
you feel the soul.
Right.
So stuff like that, that's what
about
real.
weather?
But
What about
everything
weather?
you
What
can
about
touch
Mother Nature?
isn't.
Even though that's being manipulated now. So what do you know is real and is not real? I mean, to me, Mother Nature and Earth has always been my, being in tune with, like, grounding is a real thing for me. Walking in the grass and being one with nature is something that I take to heart. That's not something fake to me. But I know, like, they made a sun in China. And I don't want to get off topic here. I really
When I
feel
took
like,
ayahuasca,
yes,
when I took ayahuasca, I look at the plants. The plants had basically geometric proportions, like basically like a snake skin, and it was moving. So basically, anything you can touch, like the plants
that's your
itself,
spirit
is
animal.
not.
Yeah, it's all
Is not.
geometric.
Is not the
form,
soul
and-
of the plant. It's just like your
yes.
body is not you either. So
Right.
you have to reject basically everything. Everything. I'm talking about the only spirits are real. And the spirits who are
Yes.
not dead gonna be able to leave this place. So we're gonna be losing basically nothing by leaving this place.
Maybe it should be a snake.
Maybe you'll be a snake. My boyfriend was saying your spirit animal is probably a snake. If you saw that.
Yeah, that's what she had.
Like you could realize that nature is like, I know that this is all the matrix, but finding that inner self, I still do a better job by being and doing this and being here on this matrix. So I can see both sides. I understand where she's coming from. I see where you're coming from. I kind of stay neutral on it.
Yeah, totally, Ian. Like, I'm really glad you had this conversation because, and I'm glad to get all new perspectives. You know, I keep an open mind, and you know, I feel like Svetlana has, has even opened my mind up more because, you know, how they've been manipulating the weather, and it's like, I believe in this earth. I don't know about like the whole simulation thing, but I just feel like whatever happens whatever you believe, what's gonna happen when you pass on is what will happen, like, to you.
The program you wear here is going to carry on in your awareness too. It's
well,
so important.
looks like
well, you know, real quick,
the way it's gonna happen, we're
Svetlana
gonna be going into.
has been saying this from the beginning. She's been around since I first was on YouTube. She's always been saying this. So,
what has she been saying exactly?
She's been preaching this since day one. For 3 years now. I've known her for 3 years.
I've heard her on Z show, and that was more about, like, you know, flat Earth. But I definitely dig, you know, her perspective on things, and she keeps it real.
Well,
so,
you have to also
respect.
consider I've been halfway out of here. You know.
Yeah,
that's
right,
what I'm trying to tell this to everybody, and I'm seeing now. Just now, basically, everybody getting on the same page with me, basically. So
Finally,
I see the
right?
progress. Also, the funny thing is, this whole world is built and rooted in love, fear, hope, faith, desire, hatred. So all those feelings, that's what magnetizes you to this place. Either this to love to your, for example, children or animals, like this mental construct, you think that it's actually noble and good. That's what's actually keeping you here. That's for the good people. Of course, for the bad people, they have a different structure already. And
animals
we
have
came
no
here
judgment.
one by one, and we're going to be living the same way.
Right.
Basically.
Very good
It's
points,
not
for real. Definitely.
like each one was going to be flying individually out of here, and you have to understand how it's going to be happening. This way, you're not going to be surprised like I was first time. And also, if you see light, do not go there because you are the light. Like everything here, like the soul itself made of light.
And like when it's true, what she said about the only thing that's the truth is the eyes, that's so real to me because like I could see in somebody's eyes, I could see how much light that they have. Like you could see the degree of light they have.
Oh, I completely resonate
in
with
someone's
that.
eyes. You know what I mean? It's some real stuff.
Absolutely, like just the vibe, or you know, and even like through like talking, like through even conversations, I could tell just I don't know. I just have like a like a vibe about what's that, babe?
Personally, I haven't really seen him much.
Yeah, Jay.
Hearing him, I could tell his vibe is good, of good nature. You know.
My boyfriend Jason listens to your channel, Ian, and he
what's up?
yeah, he said what's
Hey,
up.
man, what's going on?
Oh, nice to meet you, bro.
Yeah, he really.
Last thing I want to say, while we're still here, it's going to be basically like a. While we're still here, it's going to be basically like a nightmare going to increase until we can't handle the nightmare. And when nightmare is going to be too severe, then you're going to wake up. And then you're going to start flying. That's what it is, basically. That's the way I'm understanding what's happening. And the next thing in this collective dream is basically disease X, and I already had it. And the way to treat it is ivermectin and prednisolone. Plus vitamins. You have to have vitamins D, B, and and see. So
all the
just
herbs,
prepare
the
yourself because
natural
it's
herbs.
not fun. It's actually very, very severe virus. Sorry, I'm starting with this again, but it's actually very, very painful. And
I
the
know.
early you
I
start
hope
of
I
ivermectin,
hope
the
you're
better it
feeling
is because
better.
Yeah,
I'm only
not medical
one from
advice
my
or
family
anything. I
got
don't want to
severely
get
sick.
into.
Everybody else, I
Okay,
actually was able
please,
to heal it
Svetlana. I don't want to
without
get into
going into
sicknesses.
severe
Please,
thing.
please. Thank you.
Sorry, but
I
everyone who
understand,
listens,
but it's,
prepare, you know.
Much love for you, Svetlana.
Thank you so much.
no, I understand. I understand. Big shout out to Svetlana.
Yeah, definitely. And I resonate a lot. I haven't done like the ayahuasca. DMT was something I always wanted to try, like to, you know, open the pineal gland. But you know, I kind of came on here because my boyfriend and I won't keep you long. I know you got work early and stuff, Ian.
No, you're good.
I'm really glad that I caught your show, bro. You know, much love to you. I've got so much respect for you, man, and I love what you do. You see right through all the nonsense and the BS and don't take it. And you know,
Thank you.
Jay was really like he doesn't even like go on social media, but he listens like in the background to, you know, a couple channels. And
That's what you're kind of listening to.
yeah, and he had an experience with this, what is it? What was the title again? The Trap Soul.
Soul Trap Matrix.
Yeah. And like a personal experience before we had met like 5 years ago. And I didn't know if like maybe I don't know if he wants to like
No,
share.
go ahead, you can tell.
So do you want me to should we go
go
in
ahead.
because
No.
I know you're gonna do it in a second.
No, you're fine. Please.
Okay, cool. So like when I met him, he had lost his girlfriend of 3 or 4 years, and she died. She passed away on her birthday of a heart attack in the shower. And well, yes, she fell down and they rushed her to the hospital, and she supposedly was in like what is it called, a intensive care unit, but like they were saying to her dad and to him that like she was basically going to be a vegetable and not going to make it. And so long story short, he was there and like freaking out. Obviously he was trying to
less than 10 hours had went by, and somehow they convinced her dad to pull this so-called plug or whatever. I wasn't even in the room this whole time, not even knowing why, which I should have been. I wanted to be just out in the waiting room, like freaking out after they had brought her to intensive care.
So you could hear.
And
yeah.
Well, go ahead. You can tell it.
Yeah, no, I mean, you know the story, but he was in the hospital, and like, so she ended up, the plug got pulled like after like only 10 hours or
whatever they had said to her dad that convinced him to not keep her. You know, my understanding is people are on life support right, for sometimes quite a long time, you know. And she was only 32 years old, man, and I don't know what they said to him,
but there were like people walking in and out, and this is in Bloomington, Illinois, and we did a bunch of research after we met, but there were people walking in and out with clipboards, and they had rushed him in the room to say goodbye to her.
That was it. That was the only time I was allowed to come into the room after she had been up in intensive care for maybe a total of 5 hours.
Right.
You know, the security was, I tried to get in, trust me. And for some reason I was not allowed in. Only her dad or whatever. I mean, her dad was only let in. I was in the waiting room by myself for maybe an hour and a half before her dad came out, and, you know, it was fucked. And then they said, okay, come on in. I thought I was coming in to sit with her
because they got a pulse.
Comfort her. Yeah.
And she ended up passing away, but it was so odd because it was all over the
pretty much an organ harvest,
right?
To what it
Oh.
came down to, man. So,
Right, and
Wow.
so yeah, dude. So what ended up like we did so much research into this, and like there were people with clipboards coming out, and I mean after that, like I remember my mom always telling me, don't put that on your license, they can kill you for it, and my grandma would tell me that, but I never knew how big of a thing it was. And at the time, like she had a heart attack and had a bad heart as it is, and ended up not even being, you know, a candidate for her organs. So basically, like, you know, like they could have saved her. Jay was telling her dad, you know, I'll take care of her. I don't care if she's a vegetable. Like I'll feed her, like, you know, because he's the best person I've, you know, in my life, like I've ever met. So we ended up meeting anyways, and he had felt like he was going through the most horrible time in his life, lost his, you know, fiance at the time, best friend, and felt in his heart that she was trapped in, how do you explain it? Like she was trapped in this life down here.
Yeah, so basically, man, this is some deep shit, dude, and you can believe it or not, dude, but like it was like I had to get her through, man. And
like he felt like
it was almost like if I was gonna die just to get her through, and I was felt like I was just gonna be brought back, you know, but I had to like just get her through, man, like, you know, and I was on a fucking rampage through this whole. You know, just trying to get her, wanting to get her through, man. You know, because it was just so intense.
He felt like she was stuck.
You knew something was wrong, right? Yeah,
very, very, very wrong, dude. That's what I was trying to get to, man.
Exactly.
Wow.
And it's so crazy that you brought this subject up, because, like, right when you
the whole soul entrapment thing, dude. Like it was like, why didn't she have the chance? You know what I mean? Like I said, people are on life support for what, fucking months, years, sometimes even, right? Is that correct? I think. But,
it could, like, if they're in coma, but and like a lot of the stuff you were reading, Ian, you're like, yeah, that's bullshit. Like he was like saying the same shit at the same time as you know, going through a lot of that, what you read. So I felt like, you know, why don't you tell him like your story? He's not like, no one's like, you know, they're
there's a lot more to it. Like,
judgmental.
Like a bit of it with the whole soul entrapment thing. Like I just felt like she was trapped here, dude, and like.
And when I met him, I pretty much got him out of that state and was like, listen, you can't, like, he was on the verge of like pretty much suicide to get Samantha to go to heaven, you know, like felt like she was totally stuck in this realm. And he's like in tune as like you, Ian. I know like you're on a whole, you know, I feel it through the computer. And so did he. As soon as he heard your voice, he was like, oh, who's that? Like, oh, I'm interested in listening to what he's got to say. You know what I mean?
I've you know, through just knowing him through shit. Weren't you on like Paul's channel shit?
No,
like,
he's the one that didn't take a shit, and you're like,
oh yeah,
fucking
love
this guy.
That's how.
Yeah, he was. Like, I went through that fiasco with him. Yeah.
That's why he loved you so much right away.
Yeah, he got to listen to you because I don't like that fuck either, man. Like,
can't stand his voice, and anyways, but it just really like he right away, like everything, all these topics you're bringing up, and you know, Jay's just like, man, dude, like I feel like this guy's like my brother, and he's like one of the funniest people, you know, best thing that's ever happened to me.
It's kind of like a deja vu. I think we've conversated once about something like, not this topic, but other we were talking. It's like the same thing was happening like right now.
He gets that a lot, like, and I don't know if that's
interesting.
Like, do you?
I think we've talked to you. I think I've talked to you.
You sound familiar,
on your show once before.
Really? Like Jay, like he'll say stuff about another lifetime, like he feels like some like so familiar things, and I don't get that. But it's just weird how you bring up all these like, you know, past lives and stuff. It's just so fascinating.
It is. I've been interested in this stuff since I was a kid. But I appreciate Jason sharing that story with us.
Yeah, bro. I mean, I'm glad he never comes up. So I'm glad, and thank you for
It's a real detailed like experience, man. I wish like I totally like I kind of wanted to like
tell you one-on-one.
Tell you like
But I'm like he
I don't
doesn't.
know what, like not on the meta thing or like.
I said you're safe here, dude. Ian, like he's not gonna let anyone shut you down.
Go out for like a beer and I'll tell you. I mean, I don't even drink, but like, it's
dude,
like
he's
going,
not in Chicago.
Yeah.
But no, I just really appreciate you, and I'm glad. Like like I said, he's never really comfortable on coming up, but like I'm glad he did because it's.
I completely understand.
Yeah,
I'm the same way. You don't see me a lot of places. It wasn't until 2020 I was never this type of person.
Dude,
but with 2020 I knew something was coming, man. I knew it. I was like, it's time to like get out there and start speaking my truth.
Absolutely,
dude,
man.
For sure on that.
Dude,
man.
he's like hyped up when you're talking, bro. You're doing the bomb, and he's like, man, he's got a bomb in his room.
Yeah, bombs like right on when people say some right on shit, man. You know, like,
he's been doing this for like 3 years,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
like he's got it like the timing on point. I'm still
sure.
really bad with that stuff. But no, Ian, I just really like we both appreciate you, brother. And like I said, like you got a friend for life in me, man. Yeah,
I appreciate that very much.
absolutely, man. And maybe sometime we could do some collab. I'm into like graphic design and stuff, and if you ever feel like getting a website going, I can use anything for my portfolio. You know what I mean? But
I'll share with you guys in the private chat my phone number if you guys ever wanted to reach out.
absolutely, hell
It's
yeah,
in the
I know.
private chat.
That's what Jay was saying, and I'm like, I don't know,
really
like
gotta
Z
talk to
doesn't
him,
talk
like-
to people outside, and I wouldn't want to ask, but
that
no,
shit's just kind of weird to me, man. Like, I mean, like.
yeah, but you see, there's no one else on panel, like there's no chat, and
Z, I was like, dude, come on out to Chicago, hang the fuck out, bro, and shit. He was like, nah, I don't know. I was like, what do you mean you don't know, bro? Like, we've been talking to you for fucking 4 years. You don't want to come hang out? Like, it's just weird, dude. Like that's cool. You said, fucking, we can give you a call or whatever.
yeah,
That's right.
everyone's
Yeah,
got
for
their
sure.
limits,
Anytime.
Yeah,
I don't
Jay-
mind sharing my phone number. I have nothing to hide. It's
Yeah.
whatever.
Ian's it's whatever. I love it.
Oh, yeah.
That's like Jay saying after everything he says, he's like, or whatever. No, I got much love for you, brother. For real. I'm so glad. Seriously, like once you came back, like on the OTW thing, I didn't know you before that, which is wild because that's what brought me to your channel. But I'm so blessed, and it's just like I don't watch like any of them. I don't put my attention or time in
The looping.
yeah, it just
Yeah.
the drama and everything. Like I'm so like more inspired by like the things you're doing and like talking about, and like I get like a natural fucking high off of it. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to swear. Sorry about that.
No, you're good on swearing. Yeah, I
But
agree with you.
I
Yeah, me
I just
too.
really like appreciate what you're doing, and I haven't caught like your live in a while, and Sun Kissed. I met so many great people through your channel, bro, and I got
Hi
mad
there,
respect
and
and
well-
love.
Sorry about that.
Oh no, that's all good. How's your new computer
Thank you.
going? All good?
It's good. There's some weird issues with the new computer that I shouldn't be happening, but
Well, if you need any
It's
help
nice.
with that too, I can. Jay's pretty good with PCs, and I'm good with Macs, so.
okay. For
I'm
sure.
I got your number down in here, but I know it's getting late, so I won't keep you long. I really appreciate you letting us up and letting him tell his story.
Thank you
and
both
stuff.
for coming up and sharing that. I appreciate it.
Oh,
Much love to you guys.
absolutely,
Thank
man.
you
Much
guys.
love to you, Ian.
Come back up again because we're gonna be continuing this too.
Yeah,
soon.
that,
And
bro.
it's-
I'm slowly but surely, climbing into this meta shit, man. Because I like you, man. Got a lot of shit to
say.
talk about, man.
I
A little bit
understand,
of
bro.
truth, if I must.
Yeah, no, for sure. Anytime the door's open,
Yeah,
Mine too, man.
it's all love at We Are Awake TV.
As long as you come to the back, it's always open.
Do you guys get that phone number back there?
I got you, man.
Okay, cool.
I'm gonna type mine in, so you got it
Okay.
too. Is that cool?
Cool. Yep.
All right, my bro. Yeah, you
Thanks.
you can let me off and go on with the closing or whatnot.
Okay. Much
I don't know
love.
how to leave, or should I? I'll type it in first, real quick. Hold on. What's my
Yeah, go ahead.
474 110. Okay, and let me know if you got that.
Yep,
Three.
I got it. I'm putting it in my phone right now. Cool.
Nice, bro. All right, thanks again, bro.
All right.
And
Much
I'll,
love to you and Jason. Nice talking to you guys.
absolutely, man. I got your notifications on,
bro.
and we'll see you soon.
Appreciate the support. Take care, guys.
All right, you too, brother.
All right.
Peace.
Later. Okay, big shout out to them, everyone that joined Svetlana. We're still here, guys, and we're gonna get back to this. Whoops. So, yeah, we're gonna be much love, Arpool. Thank you. We're not gonna be here much longer. It's 10:30. I gotta be up at 5 or 4:35, but this is definitely like it's time to sleep, people. But they're talking about, the medical association people. This is some deep stuff, guys. Hold on, where was I with this? That was this one. The serpent and the staff, people. This is some deep stuff. When we see, once I realized all the ambulances and all the medical places have this symbol, you know what I mean? All the doctors, they swear allegiance to this symbol. This is deep, deep stuff, people, with Moses and all this. I don't want to get too much into it, but people, trust me, this is the Matrix soul trap whole thing, people, right here. That's what it symbolizes. It's like, where was that one image? There's a one image here. Where is it? It's not here. Oh yeah, there's that one. This one here too, people. Look at that. Look at that, people. Very symbolic. Much love. Let's get I don't want to get too much into that. So we were looking at her. We're gonna get back to this real quick. Okay. I'm in pain in my left arm, man. It's been, jeez. So we read that. What else do we have here? Because I want to see, okay. Let's read some more of this real quick. And remember, the dazzling outer display. And now, when we leave the body, the dazzling outer display distracts the being from the light emerging from within them and hypnotizes them through frequency entertainment and activation of any and all religious programming that being has been exposed to during the incarnation, people. It's time to shed it. Shed all of the distractions and religious programming, people. It's so important. The angels and ascended masters will often present in the background during this process. As the individual is filled with a feeling of universal love and connectedness, they are told that this feeling is coming into them from the eternal beings of light that are surrounding them. And even people here today, I'm telling you, once you exit the body and you're in this setting, this situation, they're going to fill you with that feeling of like pure love, like that ultimate feeling. You know what I'm saying? Like that, that it's indescribable unless you've felt it before. But I think we've all felt it, and the system will put that feeling in you. So you're just like, whatever. It's kind of like back in the days when I did You know, like when ecstasy first came around, not promoting it. It's been 20 years since I've done it, but I was really into it, going to raves and stuff. You know that feeling? I don't know if someone's done it, but it's like that feeling of love, like that. I can't describe it, but it's like this constant, just like everything's perfect, all love, amazing. It's like they give you like an ecstasy pill, and you're just accepting everybody. You're so amazing. Going to people. I'm not very social, but I was on that. I'm very social. I love everybody and everything, and we're all best friends. You know, they fill you with that feeling on a spiritual level. Think about that. And the fact that this system has control. Think about, oh my gosh. The fact that this system has control of making you feel that pure bliss of love on an instant tells you what kind of system that we're in, that they can have control like that. That right there is breaking a universal law that I can guarantee your bottom dollar it is, people. No system like that should have access to. That tells you, people, that just like they made these avatars we're in that we occupy, they didn't make our soul. That once we shed this body and we're in the other avatar, the astral avatar, we're in another matrix avatar that they can make you feel whatever they want. Think about that, people. And so once you get beyond that, like Svetlana was saying, there's another avatar we enter. Now, is the Matrix still in control of that one? I don't know. There might be many layers, people. So keep that in mind. It's very important. However, this feeling of universal oneness and love is actually emerging from inside. Wow, I'm just realizing how deep this is. Like, it's getting deeper and deeper as I get into this topic. It's like, you think you know, you get into the surface level stuff, and then you start looking deeper, and it's like there's more and more to it, and layers of this, and it's deeper and deeper, and there's more awareness to have. There's probably a bunch more with this that we haven't even discovered yet. So that's why when people start talking about the Illuminati or satanic celebrities or Bill Gates or any of these basic conspiracy topics, it gives me a weird feeling like this is ridiculous. Like I'm beyond this now. I see all that. That's like entry level truth. We're beyond that type of talk, people, and we need to move beyond it. This is the ultimate truth, almighty, right here at our fingertips. However, this feeling of universal oneness and love is actually emerging from inside of the being, and it is being reflected back to them by the talk and the hierarchy. The individual doesn't have any time to reflect on what is happening because they are quickly moved to a review phase of the process. They are shown a little movie for their life, which focuses on the disappointments, unfulfilled desires, painful experiences, and hurtful actions the person experienced during their life. The life review is being made to feel bad about their life, which is exactly what the talk want. That's the, what's the TOK? What was it saying it means? The Lords of Karma, I guess. So the TOK is the Lords of Karma. They tell the person that even though they're failed at so many things in their life, that they will be given a chance to go back one more time. The being is then grateful at this chance of redemption and accepts the agreements. If that being was raised with the Christian type of indoctrination, they will encounter Jesus and the angels, but be told they are not yet worthy to enter the kingdom of heaven. The kingdom of heaven is going to come any day, but never now. That's so powerful. It's going to come any day, people. Any day now, but never now. The fear of being sent to hell is so strong in their belief system that they jump at the chance to reincarnate and become worthy to enter the kingdoms, to God's kingdom, which is actually the demiurge's kingdom. You better believe, people, where we really want to go, there's no kingdom. There's no king and queen ruling over us. That's no place we want to be in. That's worldly, earthly things that we want to break free of. So when you're talking about a kingdom in the spiritual realm, no, that's not my home. You better fucking believe it. Sent to hell is so strong in their belief system that they jump at the chance. After agreeing to reincarnate, the being is sent to a heavenly realm in the middle to upper astral realms to await reincarnation. This realm is nicely decorated with simulations of nature, lovely views, and a staff of guardian angels who will make sure those beings go back to Earth when their time comes. People, this is fucking deep shit. So the religious people that have that program, they get this little heavenly realm, kind of like the waiting room, right? We can see there's different waiting rooms. Remember that past life regression I showed you? You know that her waiting room was? She immediately like says, I don't like this place. I don't want to go back. I think this is you. See, she was against it. But they still made her do it. And she was in a place with a fence and we're like locked in here. That was her waiting room. So the people that are more resistant, they give them more of like a hellish waiting room, more like a prison. The people that are obedient to the matrix systems and the religions, they give them a heavenly waiting room. Like, oh, you've been cuddly with the matrix and you've been obedient and whatever. So we're going to give you a cuddly waiting room before you go back and recycle. So we have different settings of waiting rooms. So you need to be prepared for that too. That when you do deny this and you go within saying, no, I'm sovereign, they're going to put you in something else to really try to get it out of you. Like, no, I really need to get out of here. I'm going to go into the light. Like they're going to put you in some type of prison realm based on your programming, based on your resistance. The least resistance you have, the more heavenly waiting room you're going to have. The more resistant, they're going to put you in God knows what, people. Be prepared for that. Karmic. Okay. Of course, those guardians are actually parasitic sheep herders tending to their flock, and there is no allowance. Oh my God, people. This is so fucking deep. Hold on. There's no allowance for the beings held in this realm to go elsewhere. I feel like I'm being... I'm not going to say what I'm feeling, but people, this is so fucking deep. I can't even... The sheep herders tending their flock, and there's no allowance for them, for the beings held in the realm to go elsewhere. And when I hear people referring to... Anyways... In the content of an individual's life, unhealed wounds are unfulfilled desires. Isn't enough to convince them that they are need to reincarnate. They are presented with an even more brazen deception. Now listen up. They are shown that they are told is their own past life where they committed horrible crimes, that they are told that they need to continue incarnating to adverse conditions in order to work off that bad karma. In reality, the life they are shown is not theirs, but rather the actions of some being closely aligned with the hierarchy who made pacts with them to avoid taking energetic responsibility for their actions. Wow. That being then takes on agreements to discharge the bad karma. Okay. This karmic transference also allows those dark sorcerers who have aligned with the hierarchy to avoid the repercussions of their own actions. And then I have a bone to pick with singularity, because based on what I have an understanding of now and my awareness, a lot of Singularity's outlook on this construct and all that is like his energy work stuff is stellar, top of the line, great, but his understanding of this place and karma and stuff like that, it's pretty matrixy. Like it's he's not on point with it. I have a bone to pick with you, Singularity. Drift inference is also used on a large scale upon the populace of the planet through forms of mass mind control and media manipulation. To properly explain it will require a separate article, but the basic mechanism for how this is done is through subconscious agreements, embedded thought throughout the media, corporate logos, sigils, financial contracts, law and order, matrix institutions. Interesting. One more very important aspect of the agreements that are put upon beings by the talk are the original entry agreements that the beings coming into the corrupt demiurgic realm are forced to make in order to even gain entry into the system. Many of us came here from what I call the free universe to help dismantle the demiurgic system from within, and the hierarchy imposed an extensive list of coerced agreements upon these free souls in order to limit their effectiveness. People were the if you've awakened to this now, if you're aware of this, you literally knew what you're getting yourself into and pat yourself on the back that you've made it this far in this world and woke up to why you're really here and your mission. People, it's a big accomplishment to be aware of this and make it this far in this life. It's a huge accomplishment. So be aware of that. These entry agreements also contain clauses that will allow unspecified hardships to be leveled against a being during their incarnation, including but not limited to birth jump to bad parents, physical abuse, sexual abuse, psychic attacks, etheric implantation, dream manipulation, recruitment into false light workers' corps, relationship issues, health problems, money problems, physical abduction and implantation, lack of self-worth, and much more. People, I'm telling you guys, this is the battle isn't won though. Because if you don't go with the program, this is deep, but you don't get past the next obstacle, they're going to make sure that they put you in a situation that you're not going to wake up like you did in this life, people. And I'm not trying to put fear into people. This is a message I was given by my spirit too, and I've been trying to say it the best I can, but there's more obstacles to get through. It's not like, okay, I got past the little gestures here, now I'm good and scot-free. No, you have much more to do. And if you don't do it, they're going to make sure that you incarnate into a situation that it's going to be 10 times, a million times more difficult to get to this point of awareness. And we can imagine those type of situations, people. And so when we see different things with people and conditions and situations they're in, that could be a soul that woke up and didn't make it that far, and they made sure that they chose a specific situation for them. Or the Lords of Karma gave us a situation where we know we're probably going to be abused, different things. They make sure that certain souls make agreement, dude. And you know what? Most of the people I vibe with, they've told me what they've gone through. Horrible things, that's really woken up in this world. And they want us to make us think that we chose it and we wanted to go through this. But no, we were deceived. They knew how much your light was shining, regardless of what body you went into. And so they wanted to make it that much harder for you people. And the little ones that go along, they get along, go with the flow, They give them all the free worldly material goodies that they want. What the fuck is this? What are we in? People, where are we? What? How did we get into this mess? Oh man, this is crazy. Most of the free universe beings coming in were pretty confident they would overcome those limitations, so they signed up. That's right. Fuck it. Get me down there. It's a soul trap. This and that. Fucking this and that. I don't give a shit. Get me down there. We're spiritual warriors. You know? I don't care what the opposition is. I'm going down there, wipe my mind. I don't give a shit. Let's get this shit going. Let's get him out of there, you know? Jeez. There really was not much option, but some of us negotiated more fiercely than others and were saddled with fewer and these pernicious agreements, but no one came in unscathed. Regardless of how many coerced entry agreements we have, it is important to remove all these agreements in order to get clear and proceed with our chosen task of healing and waking up others, as well as pulling apart the demiurgic construct from the inside. This is powerful. Oh man, much love, guys. I want to finish this. I see you guys in there. Revoking agreements. This is the process that I use and have been sharing with others in clearing out agreements. The hierarchy hides copies of these agreements in various realms. So specifically is important in this process. It's also important that you engage this process from your sovereign inner self, higher self, divine inner self, etc., that you make this process your own. Just reading revocation statements will not get the job done. We need to be consciously engaging this process using the force of our will to affect the changes we desire. Yeah, people. I think I'm gonna like print this up and like read this every morning and get it into my subconscious and really like this should be our new like Bible, people, right here. This is like the real Bible that they did. You know what I mean? This is the scriptures we're looking for. Are you kidding me? I have found that one person starts revoking agreements, it becomes easier over time to dig deeper to find more of them. Be aware that agreements often are splintered off into various fragments in order to make them harder to find. For example, there may be agreements to have difficult romantic relationships, difficult relationships with parents, with siblings, with friends, etc. These are all different agreements, clusters. For me, I understand the agreements, but whatever agreements, they're null and void. You know what I mean? Fuck your agreements. I just say they're all null and void anyway. You broke universal law. Your agreements or my agreements are null and void. You know? That's the way I look at it. So do not worry about getting rid of every agreement all at once. Take your time and work through them on a daily basis as you can sense them affecting you. The process outlined below is the base of self-clearing system, level 1 and level 2, which is the foundation of the energy clearing work that I do. So this is the process of energy work that you can do to clear up this energy. And I think some of these are very powerful, especially these ones. And again, once I read this and did a separate video on this, they turn off my notifications. I am sovereign. No one is allowed to take my energy. I am sovereign, and no being or non-being is allowed to infringe on my sovereign space. Memorize this stuff, people. I'm not going to read all of them, but I'll put the link in here again. This is like the granddaddy of information here. That's a good one. Put on desktop wallpaper. Yeah. Start like, this should be like kind of our daily like affirmations type stuff too. So let's see what's going on in here. Big shout out to Special K and Jay out there. Much love, guys. So yeah, at this point, like where we're gonna go from here is I'm probably gonna be live a lot more, and it might be shorter streams. But I really feel the urge to like hit the YouTube hard and really get deeper into this topic and different things. So we're definitely gonna do a part 2 of this, and there's still some other things I didn't get to, but we got through most of it. Let's make sure here. We watched some of her. Let's check this out again, just for fun.
And then your subconscious mind. And then beneath that, or perhaps, well, higher than that, but let's say beneath that is your infinite remembering, your soulful remembering, or that of your higher self. So this wisdom seeps up through your subconscious mind to your conscious mind for you to actually mull over in your mind. So we need to access that deep remembering, and some of it has already arisen to the subconscious mind, but we haven't consciously accessed it yet. We can bring more and more up through the subconscious mind. And the way that is done is through deep relaxation or meditation. Because I'm trained in past.
But people still enjoy your life, you know, like tap into those high frequencies. Like I'm in a trap and I'm this and that. You don't want to be in that fear energy. You want to feel sovereign. You want to feel light as a feather still. You still want to tap into that ascension vibe. You want to raise yourself up. You still want to care about people, and you know what I mean? You still want to do good things. You know, and a lot of people have families and stuff like that, or are going to have families. Like, we got to remember these souls that are incarnating are souls that's in the cycle too. And, you know, they probably are lucky to have parents like Sunkiss and stuff like that to help, you know, them through this too. So we have to understand that we're still in this situation. It is the way it is. And we have to just move forward with what we have. And still, you know, not be super negative. And be careful how you approach people with this information. Most people aren't going to see. This is really deep stuff that most people aren't going to see. But it was in 2020 when I woke up to this. In 2020, when, you know, the CV was starting, I was on Twitter and I was just scrolling on my feed. And back then I was up with everything. Every YouTube video I would watch, I would be in tune. Like I was like one fear video to the next. What's going on in the world, you know? And someone said about the light after death deception, like a comment about it on Twitter. And I was like, I read it and it just completely switched my whole vibe. Like I like became a new person. It was just like I woke up to a high degree. And so that was always in my mind. And then as I moved forward, a year later, year and a half later, I started waking up more and more. And this year, especially, this last year is when I really got into this. So whoever wrote that Twitter comment, I don't know who she was, but that was a big awakening moment for me. Let's see what's going on here with this girl.
Life regression and hypnosis, and I've done lots and lots of that over time, and I am well aware that the process does work. So when you're very relaxed, your conscious mind sort of fizzles away. That's your human self as well, and your subconscious mind becomes.
Let's see what's going on here.
Hi there and welcome. I'm Nikki Sutton and I help people realise the infinite nature of self and of reality. Thank you so much for joining me today. So this video is on how to strengthen your intuition. Now, sorry I've been
Okay. Oh, so she's been gone. She hasn't posted in 2 years. 521 videos. Oh, so she's been posting. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to seem like such deceivers. Spiritual awakening. 212,000 subscribers. Look at that. Am I alone and everyone else is a program? Please.
Hi there. Or forgetting at birth. We have a blanket of human ego, of earthly illusions and programming that just sort of covers over our remembering. So we can get through that, especially when we're in a relaxed state and we allow all that to melt away. And trying to take a look at your ego and those things you're identifying with, those priorities and things.
What the fuck is this? Where are we? He said I thought sub to her.
You find important, those personas and self-image and illusions about the self that we work on the spiritual path. All of those things are covering our remembering, our programming. For example, programming about what is true and what isn't true. Programming about how to deal with reality and how to interact with it. All kinds of programming masks over our innate remembering. Earthly illusions, societal illusions, fear, societal norms, fashions, trends, wants.
Okay. Ooh, thank you. Coast to Coast really woke me up to opening my mind back in 2011. Back in like the 90s, my sister and mom used to listen to Coast AM on the radio. I used to listen to it with them. That actually interesting. That was actually like the first time I was listening to that type of stuff. Yeah, George Norrie. There was somebody before him. What was his name? He got really ill before George Norrie. I was listening to him too. This was in like 1993. No joke. 1994, 1995 for sure. I know it was right around 94. Let's see what's going on in here. If it's always wiped clean, then why are the same remembering their past lives? People, that egg video, I can't show it because they'll shut me down like last time. You watch this video, the egg, the short film. I'm not going to play a minute of it. Watch that video. That's all I got to say. Definitely watch that. It's very interesting, especially when he says we need to hurry up in the afterlife. We got to hurry up and get you back because you're going to start remembering everything. That tells you something right there, people. So with that, I think that's good for today. I'm glad I came back here today. So yeah, the parasite thing we're going to be getting. For sure, we're going to be getting deep on the parasites. I'm going to reach out to Bobby now. I have his email address. I've been meaning to. So, the parasite stream, and we're going to continue this Soul Trap Matrix thing. And, what's up, JJ? Wow, we got super deep today, and we did a long one yesterday. I felt the need. I'm so glad I did this. I knew we needed to do something on, so I have some other things here. So we'll probably get more into reincarnation and kind of cover this, what I also had. And these different programs and these different cultures of this system. I have some videos on that too. I've been wanting to do something on this. And maybe pull up the proof of different children that has remembered past lives, and they knew people's names and the name of his wife, and I died this way. And it's like, wow, he knew what house he lived in. He knew his name, his wife's name, his family's, his friends. He knew the location he died. He's only 8 and has only lived in this house. How does he know that? That right there proves a lot, you know? There's way too much proof that reincarnation is a fucking thing. It's a part of this construct. So, we'll be getting into that. And then we shared that. I got this saved here. Let's see. Yep. We got that and that and that. Let me get rid of all this stuff here. Okay. Oh, it was you. Okay. Thank you. Chariot. No, let's see here. Let me make sure I save this. Okay. Chariots of Fire? Oh, from 2022? Yeah, what's a good movie, people? Okay, no, I've not even seen that. Okay. I'll watch it. I'll check that out. I wonder if it's available on Netflix or anything. Either way, I'll probably rent it or something. I need a good movie, kind of get away a little bit. You know what I mean? That's about reincarnation. I'll definitely check it out. See what link you posted here. It says video unavailable. It says it's been blocked in the USA. Maybe I need to put, I'll have to put on my VPN for that or something. Okay. Okay, everybody. I'm going to shut it down. I thought I was going to be here 2-3 hours, so I'm glad I stayed. Big shout out to everyone. Thank you guys. Much love. Very powerful vibe today. Thank you guys for the support and everything. So we'll be back soon, in the next 2-3 days max. And I'm going to be gathering things for the next one. Getting ready for it. Free Guys. I haven't seen that one either. Okay. And Ready Player One. People are saying I should watch that. I haven't watched that either. So, okay. Big shout out to everyone that joined. Special K and Jason and Svetlana. And I'll see you guys on the next one. Let's see here. Thanks, guys. Luge, Longo, Special K, Tony Drake, Rory. Thanks, dude. That video. Oh, by the way, I'm gonna repost that video that Rory posted from what's his name on my channel by tomorrow. So I'm definitely gonna repost that. That was epic, dude. So actually, on the next one, we're gonna go over that video again. We're gonna be going over that video in detail again, by the way. Yep, for sure. Hit me up. Everybody, much love. I'm gonna change this thumbnail to something else. I'm probably gonna change the title of the stream to something like more of the Soul Trap Matrix thing, Mind Wipe thing, and do a new thumbnail. I'm not really happy with that one. Okay, much love, everyone. I'm shutting it down. Thanks again, guys. I appreciate the support, and we'll be back soon. I'm going to be hitting the YouTube hard. I'm telling you guys. I'm going to go all out. Trust me. Much love, everyone. I'll see you guys soon.